And that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick.
I'm Charles Payne.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Ashley Webster, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, May 7th, 2025. I'm Dave Anthony. It's solemn and secret. A conclave starting today at the Vatican to elect a new pope.
The cardinals are really cut off from the rest of the world. There's no phones, no televisions, no radios, nothing. It's them and their Bibles and themselves, and then that is it.
I'm Jared Halpern. President Trump is in no rush to close trade deals as U.S. trading partners are reaching agreements.
So usually when you are negotiating with a country, everybody thinks that they can take advantage of the U.S. And now I think countries know that the longer they drag this out, the worse it's going to be for them.
And I'm Tom Shalhoub. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
This is an important day for Catholics around the world. Cardinals have gathered inside the famous Sistine Chapel at the Vatican to secretly elect a new pope to replace Francis, who died the day after Easter at the age of 88 last month after leading the Catholic Church for 12 years.
This is a death in the family. We didn't call him Holy Father for nothing. We grieve that so many of you, our friends and neighbors, sharing that grief this afternoon means the world to us.
That was Cardinal Timothy Dolan at a mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. Dolan is among the 133 cardinals who will pick this next pope in the conclave, a term that comes from Latin, meaning with key. It originated in the year 1268, when it took cardinals a little over 1,000 days to decide on a new pope, prompting frustrated Catholics to lock the cardinals in a palace in Italy feeding them only bread and water at one point, even removing the roof over their heads, trying to force them into finally electing somebody. In more recent conclaves, like for Pope Francis and Pope Benedict, it only took a few days.
It's a great moment historically. This is going to be a very diverse conclave.
Mary Fiorito is a senior fellow at the Catholic Association, joining us from Rome. Involved in the church for decades, she was the first female vice chancellor at the Archdiocese of Chicago.
The first time in the history of the Catholic Church in 2,000 years where we've had cardinals coming literally from every continent, and, countries from all over the world that previously didn't have cardinals now, thanks to Pope Francis.
Okay, so there are 133 cardinals gathering that will be voting and choosing the next pope. So you say this could take a while. A lot of these cardinals don't know each other. They're just meeting each other, right?
Correct, right. And so many of them would have come, 2 weeks ago for Pope Francis's funeral. And then after that, they began to have these, what they call daily congregation meetings. And those are the meetings, and initially those meetings are held to plan the funeral, et cetera, and to get through all of that, structured events that have to happen when a pope dies, including the 9 days of mourning. But then also at that time, they would have been getting to know each other, finding out the strengths and weaknesses that each particular cardinal might have. So it's kind of anybody's guess what might happen and who might emerge as a consensus figure.
Now, who are the candidates? Do we have any idea? And is the next pope in the Sistine Chapel today among the cardinals meeting and gathering and voting?
Oh, yeah, for sure. After the cardinals assemble, you will hear the words extra omnes, which is Latin for everybody out. And then at that moment, everyone who is not a cardinal elector is dismissed from the Sistine Chapel. So it's a very, kind of profound moment for Catholics. Everybody sort of is on pins and needles, and you have anticipation, but also, there's a certain degree of, anxiety, though that's a little bit more of a dramatic word than I would use normally, whenever you have a new pope who is going to be elected, because it can mean so many different things to many different people. But we do believe that because we have so much prayer surrounding this particular event, that, we are praying that the cardinals will be able to discern what God's will is for the church going forward and elect the man who can best serve the people.
So you said absolutely that the next pope is in the meeting of the 133 cardinals. Is it?
Right.
That's not the only thing, to my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the only qualifications you need to be the pope, you have to be Catholic and male.
Right, correct. So theoretically, any baptized male Catholic can be the Pope. That's not going to happen, though. I mean, it's just not.
Right,
I mean, you would have to have. There's a novel I had to read in my religion class when I was in high school about, I think it was called Shoes of the Fisherman. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look, but where a novelist actually speculated on what would happen if the cardinals chose someone outside of among the cardinal electors. So that is a fun little kind of trivia point, but I doubt very much. I would be stunned if that actually happened in real life.
Okay. So the speculation, who do you hear most talked about as possibly the next pope?
The name I have heard most often mentioned is that of Cardinal Parolin, who is Parolin, I think they say with the Italian accent, who is the Vatican Secretary of State. He has a long diplomatic career and history working at the Vatican. He speaks multiple languages. He's been entrusted with varying degrees of responsibility during his career here. And so he's somebody who could probably do the job on day one, which is an important consideration. You don't want someone who won't be able to hit the ground running, so to speak, or who would have a long learning curve getting into the position, because it's not just a spiritual one. Of course, you are the center of unity. You are the person who is supposed to be directing every baptized Catholics towards Christ and towards living out the gospel in their daily lives. But It's also a very large operation to run. It has a very large budget. There's a lot of administrative gifts that you need to run an organization this big, to be able to appoint people whom you trust and who also have good organizational and diplomatic skills. So it really needs someone who has a number of different talents, but who also is someone who can, again, be a center of unity for a widely diverse church.
I've heard about someone that has been called like the Asian Pope Francis.
Yes, that's Cardinal Tagle from the Philippines. A very charismatic man, a very kind man. He's very highly regarded in the Philippines. Whether or not we'll see the first Asian Pope, I guess that remains to be seen. He is certainly a key contender. Another name that you hear with some frequency is that it's kind of a fun name to say, Cardinal Piazzaballa, who is the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, who's Italian by birth. So he speaks actually Italian and English flawlessly, but also Hebrew. And, you know, he's been entrusted with a very, sensitive diplomatic mission in the Holy Land. And in fact, some of your listeners may recognize his name because when October 7th occurred and there were so many Jewish children taken hostage, he actually offered himself in exchange. He offered his life in exchange for any of the children and said, please take me instead. I will go if you release all the children. Now, he wasn't taken up on that offer, but he made it very sincerely, and that had him noticed. He wasn't trying to grandstand. He really felt like God was calling him to put himself there to take the place of the children who were being held hostage. So he's someone who's held kind of like Cardinal Tagle in very, very high regard. And I didn't hear his name as much initially, but now, as I've been here for several days and I've been meeting with different people who have different jobs inside the Vatican, I'm hearing his name more and more.
Okay, now we mentioned Asia. The Catholic population has grown in that continent. It's also been growing in Africa. Is there a chance of a candidate from that continent?
There certainly is. I think probably the most prominent among them would be Cardinal Sarah. He's almost 80. Anyone you speak to about him will say, what a holy man he is. That the amount of time every day that he devotes to prayer, the wisdom that he has and that he shares with others. He is beloved in Africa. He has inspired many, many vocations to the priesthood. He is really someone that, again, his spirituality, the gifts that he has in that area, absolutely define him. And so he is someone that if the cardinals decide that, right now, maybe we don't need as much of a manager, we really just need someone who is so close to Christ personally, he'll be able to inspire many, many others to be close to Christ as well. And so, it's going to depend on what kind of surfaces as really the key issue that has to be faced by the church right now.
Let's go to the process again. Inside the chapel, everything's secret, right? We only know that
Correct.
There's, a couple of votes a day potentially?
Right. Yes. So there will be usually 2 votes a day, sometimes 3. And again, this is what might be helpful for your listeners who aren't Catholic to understand is that this is a liturgical process. So that's the reason it's held in a chapel and not one of the meeting halls in the Vatican. It's actually held in the Sistine Chapel because they will go in and they will take a very solemn oath with their hands on the scriptures, each cardinal individually, and then they will vote. And then the votes are counted, and then there's prayer, and then there's another vote. And before each vote, each cardinal must take one of these promises, these solemn vows and promises that they will keep everything confidential, but also as they write out their ballots, that they are saying that, in their conscience, they believe that this is the person who should be the next Holy Father. So it's a very solemn and serious and prayerful event.
Is it after each vote we see smoke, or is it after each day we see smoke?
No. Let's see. No, it's after each day. It's after each day. So if a decision has not been made, now, if for example, the decision to elect a new Holy Father is made in the morning, you'll see that midday. If no decision has been made by the end of the day, you'll see the smoke at the end of the day.
And that's black smoke if there's no choice, correct?
Correct. Black smoke if a 2/3 consensus has not been reached, and then white smoke if one has.
And everything is secure, right? There's no electronics. Nothing can get in and out of that.
Right.
No leaks.
No cell phones. Now, in this day and age, there's, the cell phones, any cell phones in the area will be jammed. No electronics, nothing. And the Cardinals are really cut off from the rest of the world. There's no phones, no televisions, no radios, nothing. It's them and their Bibles and themselves. And then that is it.
What would happen if a Cardinal or if an aide working for a Cardinal let the secret out as to how the vote went or how that Cardinal voted?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's very serious consequences. That is a real betrayal of a vow that you've taken, and it does carry with it what we would call the canonical penalty, which is canon law, the canonical penalty of an automatic excommunication censure. So it's very, very serious. And the church holds that out not as a threat, but rather as a reflection of how gravely serious this process is. And you don't want anything corrupting it, right? You don't want, someone who might be able to create a book deal or something out of it. I'm thinking in very American terms, but it reflects that automatic excommunication penalty is reserved for the very most grave, serious sins. And so to betray something that is such a sort of sacred vow is treated with the ultimate penalty, if you will.
Mary Fiorito, Senior Fellow at the Catholic Association. Great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us from Rome.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to preparing for a crisis, it doesn't matter if you're a year early, a month early, or a day early. But you can't be a day late. That's why millions of Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest preparedness company. Right now, you can get their 4-week emergency food supply, plus an incredible bonus, 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's an extra 12 days worth of food, absolutely free. This kit provides hearty, delicious meals for 4 weeks with 2,000 plus calories per day, 12 essential vitamins and minerals, and a shelf life of up to 25 years. And for a limited time, they're including 12 additional days of food absolutely free, which means right now is the best time to get prepared. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today to claim your 4-week food kit, plus an extra 12 days of free food. Offer ends soon. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, May 7th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. It's deadline day for Real ID, but don't worry just yet if you haven't gotten yours. Fox's Jeff Manasso with more.
Americans traveling through airports had until today to update a standard driver's license with a Real ID that includes a gold star in the upper right-hand corner. New federally recognized IDs that people across the country, like these here in Chicago, have been scrambling to get.
I have a trip May 19th to visit my brother in New Orleans, and I need the Real ID to get on an airplane, so here I am.
It's been a very long process, but honestly, it's a lesson. It's been teaching me to be a bit more patient.
Real ID is part of a law passed by Congress 20 years ago, though the Department of Homeland Security saying extra steps and a valid passport will also work for now, in order to fly for those who haven't yet been able to get the Real ID. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Today's the day Cardinals begin meeting to choose a new pope. Fox's Jonathan Savage with more.
According to Italian media, there are 6 leading candidates to be the next pope. Some cardinals say the Vatican's huge financial deficit means any candidate with the financial acumen to bring that under control will have an advantage. The secretive papal conclave will feature 133 cardinals voting inside the Sistine Chapel. One ballot is expected today, up to 4 votes on each day after this one. The conclave will continue until one man has at least a 2/3 majority. The gathering consists of a more geographically diverse range of cardinals than ever before, making it very hard to predict. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
And jury selection continues in the federal trial of hip-hop mogul Sean P. Diddy Combs of Manhattan. Fox's Gernal Scott.
The court is closer to having 12 people seated to hear the evidence against Combs on charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. As the court vetted potential jurors, one was dismissed for admitting an arrest years ago for marijuana possession. Others were excused for seeing several media reports on the video where Combs is seen assaulting an accuser. But one man who said that video revealed an angry and entitled man is still in the jury mix. So far, 35 potential jurors have been retained. Lawyers say they expect to have the jury and alternates selected by the end of today.
And the Federal Reserve wrapping up its 2-day policy meeting with a decision on interest rates this afternoon. Fox's Hillary Barsky.
It's widely expected that the central bank will be leaving its benchmark rate unchanged at a range of between 4.25% and 4.5%. The move would follow pauses in March and January and 3 consecutive rate cuts beginning in September that brought the overnight bank lending rate down from its highest level in more than 23 years. The focus will be on Fed Chair Jerome Powell's comments on how the economy is holding up amid tariffs. Fed policymakers expect tariffs to increase both inflation and unemployment, although to what degree and for how long is uncertain.
And I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with "F the Jews" signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. you each envision a world beneath the water. Vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Stuart Varney, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The biggest news today should come from the Federal Reserve when it announces its latest interest rate decision this afternoon. It's expected the key benchmark rate will remain unchanged at a range of 4.25% to 4.5%. A second straight down day on Wall Street Tuesday, again due to tariff concerns. The Dow fell 390, the S&P 500 43, the NASDAQ 155. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifying before a House Appropriations Subcommittee Tuesday, talking about negotiations on trade deals.
Perhaps as early as this week, we will be announcing trade deals with some of our largest trading partners. They have come to us with very good offers.
Bessent will lead a U.S. team to meet with the Chinese this coming weekend in Switzerland. And gold finished at an all-time high Tuesday, $3,411.40 an ounce. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
When will President Trump sign his first trade deal? He says maybe he won't.
We don't have to sign deals. We could sign 25 deals right now, Howard, if we wanted. We don't have to sign deals. They have to sign deals with us. They want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of their market. We don't care about their market. They want a piece of our market.
President Trump striking an aggressive negotiating position during an Oval Office meeting with Canada's newly elected Prime Minister.
Well, we don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint. They do a lot of business with us. We're at like 4%, and usually those things don't last very long. You know, we have great things, great product, the kind of product we sell nobody else can sell.
The president suggests there's not much Prime Minister Mark Carney can do to eliminate or reduce a 25% tariff imposed on many Canadian goods sold in the U.S. But Carney says it's clear parts of the USMCA, the trade deal struck during the first Trump term, do need to change.
It is a basis for a broader negotiation. Some things about it are going to have to change. And part of the way you've conducted these tariffs has taken advantage of existing aspects of USMCA. So it's going to have to change. There's other elements that are come, and that's part of what we're going to discuss.
In the meantime, other U.S. trading partners are making deals. Tuesday, India and the U.K. announced a new trade agreement, a deal about 3 years in the making. White House officials say those types of deals will not undermine agreements with the U.S.
Yeah, I think that there's just incentive. So usually when you are negotiating with a country, everybody thinks that they can take advantage of the U.S. And now I think countries know that the longer they drag this out, the worse it's going to be for them.
Mae Melman is a White House senior policy strategist.
And you always want to be first with the deal with President Trump. So being first, getting to the table first, signing an agreement first, there's a real incentive for that, and there hasn't been before. So I would say that everybody who's in line right now is going to be taken seriously, and I think be able to strike a deal that is in the U.S. best interest, but that maintains some of the things that these countries might want to have as far as access to the U.S. market and stuff like that. And people who are not dealing with the United States need to get on board quickly.
The timeline here is still this 90-day window. I mean, there's not an expectation that pause will be delayed any longer.
I have not heard any indication that that's going to be delayed further. So that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I think that just means right now, 90 days is 90 days.
The president, I know, next week makes his first major foreign visit. I know he was at the Pope's funeral in Rome, but this week-long trip to the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, obviously key Arab allies, countries that the president is hoping to expand the Abraham Accords with. How much is trade a part of kind of that trip and those negotiations, those talks that are going to be happening over the next several days?
Yeah, I think trade is a serious part of any conversation, if any relationship with a different country, with any national security agreement, with any economic agreement. Trade is a key part of that, and I don't expect that to be different. I think you're going to see a lot of positive announcements on economic advancements, national security, all of this, but trade is a piece of that. It's kind of like border security is national security. Trade is just part of, wrapped up in our national and economic security.
One of the questions that has been raised ahead of this trip is the business transactions that the president's business, the Trump organization, has. Some of these crypto firms that are working, for instance, with Eric Trump, and the businesses that are happening in Abu Dhabi and in the UAE. Why should that not be viewed sort of skeptically or with an eye towards conflicts of interest as the president now negotiates with these governments?
Yeah, I think the president's sole and only focus is not what his family members are invested in, although I think, everybody is like a successful part of the American economy. It is 100% focused on his country. And I will say, as a member of the White House, I have no idea. I have genuinely no idea who's invested in what. It's not part of our day. It's not part of what we think about. The only thing, it's not part of trade deals. The only thing that's going on is how can we have a climate in the U.S. that is friendly to U.S. businesses and foreign investment of whatever type. So that might, how can we, yesterday we signed an executive order that was about drug manufacturing. So how can we streamline FDA regulations to get more drug manufacturing here? Those are the things that we're focused on, not who's invested in what here and what, like that. That's just, it's a 0% part of our day. 100% is figuring out U.S. and foreign investment in the United States, good policies in the United States to attract that, and then combating dangerous practices from other countries that have allowed us to become weaker.
Let me finish with this conversation about Harvard University. Obviously, this big back and forth now. What does the president need Harvard to do? What does the administration need Harvard to do to restart federal funding?
So Harvard has $53 billion endowment, and the idea that they need moms to work a second job to make sure that they can provide for their families because they're paying taxes to Harvard is offensive. So, for one, Harvard...
But there are a lot of universities that get federal funding, not just Harvard, right?
There are a lot of universities, but there are no universities that have a $53 billion endowment, which is larger than the GDPs of more than 100 countries. I mean, this is a bloated amount of money. And yes, it's tied up in real estate or, these types of things, but that's a conversation with them and their donors. I mean, that's just a conversation of how the gift looks. So for one, I think it is there's just a need to be self-sufficient. And if for whatever reason you can't figure out how to run your university on a $53 billion endowment, then that's a bad investment for the taxpayer. Then that shows that this is not an entity that actually is focused on promoting the best interests of our country. I mean, there's a lot of waste. There's a lot of bureaucracy going on there. But if Harvard really did want to have a better relationship with the government for, say, its existing grants, then I think it's a pretty basic request for Harvard, which is to comply with the law. I mean, no racism in its admission, no racism, no sexism in its hiring practices. It used to be on Harvard's website, 70% of their tenure track of their tenure-track faculty are not white men. So they overemphasize factors that are not related to your teaching in order to promote people. That's obviously against the law. They obviously need to protect students. There's a list of things, but it
Is
just
curriculum part of what is there a request for a curriculum change? Is that something that the federal government thinks federal dollars ought to be tied to?
So it depends. I mean, if a university wants to be crazy, I guess that's one thing. Have weird classes, a Taylor Swift class. I don't think that's a good use of I don't know if federal funds should be used to promote that, but whatever. Everybody's taken a silly class in their college. If your curriculum is being used to promote radicalism that rises to the level of terrorism that inspires violence on your campus, all of a sudden now the conversation of federal funding is more serious, right? So this is no longer a Taylor Swift class. This is, are we, the federal government, funding the indoctrination of racism and violence? So curriculum changes, it's like, on one hand, no, you can have silly classes. We don't want to fund that for sure. I think that the federal government should make sure that federal funding is directed in a positive way. And that's the difficulty here, is because
that is an important part, right? Because when we talk about federal funding for universities, a lot of times those are like research grants, right?
They're research grants, but they're bloated research grants. So they want the money not just for the research, which you would think that a huge university like Harvard would be able to find private donors who are very interested in a C3 donation for research. The problem is so much of these grants have huge overhead components that end up just paying the bureaucracy. And so you end up paying for a lot of the silly classes, and you end up paying for a lot of the dangerous things, the dangerous student groups that are terrorizing people on campus. And so it's not as simple as saying, I'm going to pay this, I'm not going to pay this. This is a very, it's a long-term conversation about how to make sure that the federal government dollars are going to good and not going to bloat. And Harvard's mismanagement from plagiarism scandals on down do not give the government confidence that the money that we are spending is actually being used for good, but rather is being used for either frivolity or for evil.
Are those conversations with Harvard ongoing, or have these lawsuits kind of stopped all those talks?
I think that Harvard has not currently shown the willingness to make the changes necessary to be a positive steward. So I think people saw that there was a letter from Secretary McMahon to Harvard that basically said, we stand by our requests in the letter. So that stands. But moving forward for new grants, just the answer is no.
All right. We'll leave it there. Then, May Melman, appreciate your time, and have a great week.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it,
That sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Join us for the 70th Acres of Diamonds Gala, Thursday, May 8th at the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts, where Temple Health, a leader in academic medicine, is raising funds to advance healthcare in our region. Enjoy dinner, dancing, and an evening with purpose. Celebrate honorees H. Chase Lenfest and Reverend Michael A. Major Sr. and help us make a lasting impact for our region. To purchase tickets or make a gift that will build better lives, visit tuhgala.org.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. The Vatican prepares for the papal conclave, where the College of Cardinals will lock themselves away to elect the next pope.
133 Roman Catholic cardinal electors under the age of 80 are expected to enter the hallowed ground of the Sistine Chapel Wednesday afternoon and cast their vote for the 267th successor to St. Peter.
Fox's Lauren Green. For the second time in just over a week, a U.S. Navy fighter jet's fallen off the USS Harry S. Truman. On Tuesday, an FA-18F Super Hornet plunged into the Red Sea after a failed landing attempt. Both aviators safely ejected with minor injuries. Another Super Hornet lost April 28th while being towed. Both incidents under investigation. And prosecutors in L.A. charging a security guard with murder for the shooting and killing of a dean at Spartan College of Aeronautics and Technology in Inglewood last week. Police accused 40-year-old Jesse Figueroa of also injuring an employee. America's listening to Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Traders seem to be betting on a slower pace of interest rate cuts from the Federal Reserve this year, with most expecting the Fed to hold interest rates steady a while longer before easing sharply in 2026. The central bank wraps up its two-day meeting Wednesday with no changes expected. The U.S. trade deficit hit a record in March as companies raced to import goods ahead of new tariffs. Government figures show the trade gap rose by 14% to more than $140 billion for the month. Weight Watchers is looking to remake itself, much like its clients. The company that is rebranded to WW International says it's been talking with lenders and note holders on a plan of reorganization to significantly reduce its debt obligations. It plans to imminently file a prepackaged bankruptcy deal, which generally allows companies to exit Chapter 11 quickly and without disruption to its business. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Put the wheels in motion to visit CBP on Friday, May 16th at 6:45 when the Pirates are in town and all fans receive a Johnson Controls Zach Wheeler bobble figurine. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join us for the 70th Acres of Diamonds Gala, Thursday, May 8th at the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts, where Temple Health, a leader in academic medicine, is raising funds to advance healthcare in our region. Enjoy dinner, dancing, and an evening with purpose. Celebrate honorees H. Chase Lenfest and Reverend Michael A. Major Sr. and help us make a lasting impact for our region. To purchase tickets or make a gift that will build better lives, visit tuhgala.org.
MLB.tv is home to baseball's biggest stars. Watch every out-of-market game, live or on demand.
This is unbelievable.
Plus, you'll get 24/7 access to MLB Network. Stream every big pitch.
He struck him out.
Every home run.
Gone.
Everything baseball. All season long on MLB.tv. Start a free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, May 7th. Yes, indeed, it is Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We are loaded today. Tony Bruno at 7:45, live from Florida for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. And also, it is the first Wednesday of May, first Wednesday of the month. That means another edition of our Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by the good folks at Window Nation. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Great night last night.
Woo! What a performance. What a showing. What a setting. I give it an A+, but then again, I'm a little bit biased.
Me too.
Gregory?
Yeah, if you haven't gone to, because we've done a handful of these. If you haven't gone to any of these yet, you're really missing out. It's a fun experience. The audience seems to like them, and it was a good night last night. Everybody had a good time. You guys did great. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who came out.
And if you get a pint, you get a very cool Politics and Pints.
Look at that.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Yeti.
You're not still drinking, are you?
No, I actually washed this out last night real quick, swished out the Yingling, and filled up with some black coffee this morning.
You didn't run it through a dishwasher?
Nah, I just gave it a quick little drizzle of dish soap, some hot water.
So you might still be drunk.
Could be.
Yeah.
One Yingling will do that to me these days.
Yep.
I've become a lightweight.
Yep.
God, do we have a lot of good things to get to today on the show. And again, thank you for everybody that showed up last night. Absolute pleasure to meet so many of you. And just whether it was the meet and greet before or even afterwards, people just coming up towards the edge of the stage and shaking hands again. What a great conversation. Did we miss anything topic-wise, category-wise? of the first 100 days. I feel like we covered it all, right? Maha, Doge, inflation, economy, border, wars, destroying the opposition.
I don't think so.
I'll tell you what, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I did notice that Zioli had a lot of bounce to him last night.
Bounce, yeah.
A lot of bounce?
Yep.
That leg looks pretty good to me. That foot?
Well, he told me, he said, I don't know if you were there for this, he said that it's the first week he's been able to wear actual shoes.
Yes.
So, and he said it was his foot by the end of the night was killing him.
Yeah,
so.
I would imagine.
But he'll be on Fox News today, so of
Right.
course he'll be up in New York.
Right.
So,
Right.
No, it's not Dana.
No, it's not. She bumped him twice this week.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
He's mad about that, folks.
Yeah.
So he has to settle for Sandra later in the day.
Yeah.
Although, settling for Sandra, I mean, you know, it's not really a consolation prize, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, anywho, we'll just leave it right there. We have a lot to get into. The big take today on America's faith in the current administration when it comes to law enforcement, and then also on the military front, a big ruling yesterday from SCOTUS when it pertains to lack of participation from the transgender community in Pete Hegseth's military. We'll get to that this morning. Plus a ton of updates. We have a Delco Pooper update.
Oh, good.
That is almost too good to be true.
Has this not gone through its news cycle yet? We're still talking about this?
This
Okay.
is amazing.
All right.
Amazing.
Yeah, I looked at, I have the trusty show sheet in front of me. And I noticed a lot of local stories here.
A lot of local stories.
A lot of local stories.
Yes.
So this is in case you're watching on YouTube,
there it is.
This is what we do every day. When people say there's no rhyme or reason to anything we do.
Here's page 2.
Here's page 2.
Links.
We have it all here.
Teases.
Yeah, teases.
Yeah.
Like it's all written out.
Yeah.
So
it's the most important document on my laptop.
organized chaos.
That's right.
Is what I like to call this morning show, this radio station. Organized chaos.
There you go.
Thank you.
We have a Delco update. We have a Temple Palestinian Students for Justice clip that we will play for you.
I gotta say, Dawn has been pretty much right on the money with this as far as the way this thing is gonna play out and lawyering up. This kid is, and by the way, I have a clip. Note to Temple student or former Temple student: if you want to clear your good name, don't go on an anti-Semite's podcast who calls Dave Portnoy a quote filthy Jew.
Wow. Oh, boy.
I kid you not, and I have the audio to prove it.
Okay. So
maybe your lawyer should advise you not to go on the Stu Peters show, which is like he's a disgraceful broadcaster who trolls in white supremacy and anti-Semitic tropes.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's like, yeah, sure, I'll go on your show.
Yep. Also, we will get an update from what 6ABC had to say publicly for the first time. I actually have questions about this. I'm genuinely confused about what's going on here. So
me too.
We'll try to make sense of it. And then also this morning, you talk about these viral internet sensations and these things that just take off on social media. This has been going on for just over a week, but Rolling Stone wrote about it. Have you seen who could win the 100 men versus a gorilla fight?
You know, it's funny. I was wondering when you would bite on this because I know you live your life online. So I was wondering when you would bite on this, and today's the day.
Sometimes,
today's the day you bite on this.
Sometimes I just let things play out, and I try to wait and see the way the lay of the land is tilting, and I've got some thoughts on this because we already know I can swim from Alcatraz back to San Francisco. The question is, could myself, Stocker, Phil Almquist, we'll throw Zioli and Dom, could the five of us beat up a gorilla? We're going to talk about that later today.
By the way, breaking news at 6:06.
Uh-oh.
I have my bike. My bike is
wow. How do we bury the lead here for 6 minutes?
Awesome.
It is back in my possession. Road Warrior did a great job with it, and I will start training as of today. Well, maybe not today, but maybe Thursday.
Okay.
Maybe not Thursday. Maybe Friday.
So
Friday's definitely the day.
You have a bike before I do.
Yes.
It's outrageous. Yeah. Where's Wayne Bonfiglio at? Let's go. I need those wheels. Come on, Wayne.
Why is it up to Wayne to get you a bike?
Because he's been that's the
Wayne's
lucky
World.
That's the lucky charm. That's what I've ridden. I knew it was one of those too.
Yeah, and you knew you would get it wrong too.
And I know. See, you're in my head now. That's the bike I've used. I'm going to keep up the streak. I don't want to change up the good flow.
That's your lucky bike.
That's right.
And it's up to Wayne to get it to
Yes, fits my keister perfectly.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Comfortable.
What about your lucky bike shorts?
Yeah.
You know, those bike shorts probably won't fit right now. I might have to upgrade, as Beyonce once said. Let me upgrade. All right, anywho, let's get down to business. 6:08, round number 1 of the news. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Wednesday morning. It is May the 7th, and we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Let's get to some local news for you and some local news updates. So I'll begin with a tragedy here. This is a 10-year-old boy fatally shot inside a home. This is Washington Township in New Jersey yesterday afternoon. The shooting happened at a home. This is according to police and the police report. 400 block of Westminster Boulevard yesterday after school. According to authorities, police say the officers responded to the home, found this 10-year-old child with a gunshot wound to the head. He was pronounced dead. So despite those efforts to save his life, emergency medical personnel called to the scene. They could not save his life. Law enforcement sources saying this appears to be an accidental shooting. They're not giving out a lot of details here. The 10-year-old was a student we know at Birch's Elementary School, that from police. So initially, Birch's Elementary School was placed on lockdown because apparently this happened right as school. This happened at 2:30 in the afternoon. So there were still after-school events going on. The school placed on lockdown, and then the students and staff at Birch's, according to authorities, were never in any danger. That according to a letter that was released by the school police department and the Washington Township Public Schools responding, and they'll offer counseling services this morning as children come back to school. And they say they'll provide more information once it becomes available. They're not releasing names. They're not releasing details about how this child got this firearm, the circumstances surrounding it. But it does not sound, from all accounts from police, that this was murder or an intentional type shooting. But nonetheless, a tragedy. And just this week, we've talked about, a toddler that was shot in Philadelphia, a 5-year-old that was shot. So children and guns in the headlines this morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's more infuriating, the intentional taking of a life and the devaluing of life, or the accidental taking of a life due to lack of just gun safety and, keeping your firearm where it's supposed to be and being a dialed-in parent, right?
Yeah.
Or lack thereof, obviously, in some of these cases.
Yeah, it's so in other words, they're investigating. They're tight-lipped about this. And to your point, Nick, this 10-year-old, even though this may have been an accident, will there be charges against those responsible for the firearm?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a separate question. So we'll follow that one, obviously, this morning. A woman who was injured. This is a follow-up from that plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. If you remember this, of course, it happened in January. Horrific Northeast Philadelphia plane crash. We talked about it locally, but then it made national news. We now have learned that she has become the 8th victim of that deadly crash. So Dominique Goods-Burke, she has been fighting for her life in the hospital since that tragic crash. She spent 3 months in the hospital for her injuries and related health concerns, according to family. And Miss Goods-Burke was on an outing, we're told, to Macy's with her family at the nearby mall, Roosevelt Mall, right there when that crash occurred, the plane crash occurred. She was in the car with her family, that vehicle, the family vehicle, catching fire from the impact and the blast of the plane that crashed right there. Just a horrific situation. She's described by her family as a devoted mother to 3 children and to her partner. And she worked at High Point Cafe. So the cafe also posting on social media tributes to her life, saying Dominique was a fighter until the end. We will miss her kind smile, beautiful spirit, and heart full of love.
Yeah, I'll never forget the images of that on social media. That happened on a Friday night. I remember that in January.
Good
Cold,
God.
miserable Friday night. I look at my Twitter feed and kaboom! All of a sudden, it's chaos. The visuals are just awful.
So that's one follow-up to it, a tragic follow-up, albeit Now, do you want the update here in news as far as the woman described as the Delco pooper, or do you want that later?
Just headline it. I'm gonna do that towards the end of the hour in that
Okay.
little 5-minute window before we get to round 2 of the news.
So I'll describe it like this. She's a Pennsylvania woman dubbed the Delco pooper by Delaware County residents in particular, as well as social media users. She was allegedly involved in a road rage incident that certainly captivated social media last week. We talked a lot about it. There was video that had surfaced. It was making national news as it was a dispute that she allegedly settled by soiling the vehicle of a fellow,
Soiling.
victim,
Yeah.
soiling a vehicle of the victim of the road rage situation. Well, now there's an update on this woman.
Sometimes the S hits the fan, although in this case, the S hit the hood.
Yeah.
Hit the hood. I like that. Oh, my goodness. So we will elaborate moving forward. We got to get to that one. We also have a story of, let's take you to the Cape May County. Sad news there. Mourning the death of a beloved 20-year-old American black bear at the zoo. A bear named Cody was euthanized due to declining health. So the bear was suffering. I don't know if the bear had cancer, what was going on, but very sad news. I love the Cape May County Zoo. I don't know if you guys have been in a while, but this bear certainly was one of the big attractions. And so zookeepers remember high fives with the bear, just a sweetheart. So it's sad as those images of the bear, Cody, go viral.
You know what's frustrating about being a father or a man? And maybe I'm in the minority here. If I'm old man, get off my lawn. Call me out. It's justifiable. It's justified. I hate going to the zoo. Every time my wife wants to go to a zoo, right? Whether it's the Philadelphia Zoo or what's the big one in New York? What's the name of it?
The Bronx Zoo.
The Bronx Zoo. We've gone to both of them. It's always in the dead heat of summer, and it's
go in the spring.
I know. That's what they would make it more tolerable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not
the
interested.
Elmwood Zoo?
Yeah, like
The Elmwood Zoo is great.
That's
for,
awesome.
for little kids.
Yeah, your kids, they want to see all the different animals. I got it. But the smells, the sights, the sounds. Sometimes I even wonder if the people are worse than the animals we're looking at. Just wretched individuals or kids running around screaming for a lemonade. And, of course, you got the dad. He's got the pouch and the fanny pack. It's a whole mess. You put the sunblock on. You have no relief. There's no shade. It's like being in the concrete jungle.
Wear a hat.
Ah.
My Lord.
Oh,
Oof.
the zoo.
The zoo take.
Come on, man. You know the whole zoo thing. You do it once, and then it's like,
You know me. You know I hate everything. I hate going out. I hate people. But I will say, going to the zoo with my little kid,
right,
is fun.
Yeah, you don't take a day trip with the boys to go to the zoo.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't been to the zoo. I've been to the Elmwood Zoo like a billion times now because I have a 4-year-old. But I haven't been to the zoo before that in 30 years.
Okay. All right.
So.
We have to watch this morning for white smoke or black smoke because
why is it got to be about race all the time? Can we stop?
The conclave begins today, first vote. So they're meeting the Vatican's Santa Marta guest house, has 128 rooms, and today they're all gathered. They're basically sequestered. All the cardinals participating in the conclave to elect the next pope. One room in the guest house is still sealed with a red ribbon, as it has been since its occupant died there Easter Monday. And so now at this point, they have the first vote today. If we see the white smoke, that means they've chosen a new pope. But the black smoke means get back to work, another vote.
Oh.
Can we do this like a Survivor? You know what I mean? Like where we put all of them, like we put all the cardinals or whatever on an island and let them like do, challenges.
Sure.
To see who becomes the next pope. Now that would be a reality show I would like. I would watch.
Feels like Groundhog's Day when Puxatawny Phil comes out. If he sees his shadow, 6 more weeks of. I was listening to the Fox News rundown. They were saying they're looking for a very fiscally responsible and well-off financially pope because they've got a lot of financial issues going on.
Shocking.
Might be time for I don't know, the conclave to bring in their own doge, trim some fat.
You mean the Vatican where they put up a bunch of walls but tell everybody else we don't need walls?
Well said.
Yeah.
Are you ready for a new name as the new home of the Flyers and Sixers?
Oh, God, here we go.
Xfinity Mobile Arena.
I saw you send this yesterday to us. Looks nice.
Is there anything that's not named Xfinity, right now?
I know. They own the whole city.
Well, and maybe it's an homage to X and Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I mean,
just call it
Xfinity is just in control of everything. If Bernie Sanders finds out about this.
Oligarchy.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think here. It started out as the Core States Center,
Oh,
right?
man.
Well, originally it was just the Spectrum. But
Well, no,
the new one,
Yeah,
yes.
The new one was the Core States Center.
Core States.
Then
now
it
it's
was
Wells Fargo,
First
man.
Union.
First Union, yes. First
Yep.
Union.
FU.
The
I love
FU
that
Center. Then Wells Fargo. Now
That's
Xfinity.
correct.
So since when was it built? When did it? 99, 98?
Yeah, late 90s.
So
right around the beginning of the Iverson era.
27 years-ish, 28 years-ish. We're doing
Every
97, I think it was.
Yeah, because that's when Comcast Sportsnet launched.
Yeah.
Every building down there is financially backed. Lincoln Financial,
You guys were missing one.
Citizens Bank.
Which one?
Core State Center, 96 to 98.
Okay.
First Union Center, 98 to 2003. Wachovia Center.
The Wachovia. Yes.
How could we forget?
Oh, man.
2003 to 2010.
How many times is that bank going to change names?
Yeah. The Wachovia Center, then
Till
Wells
2010,
Fargo,
then Wells Fargo.
and now
And now
Xfinity.
Xfinity.
That's
Yeah.
good South Philadelphia banking knowledge.
Yeah.
News you cannot use,
No.
but maybe in a trivia.
Yep.
Ipso facto says it was the first Union Center when Metallica had their free concert outside. That's right, the Million Decibel March, 1997. I think it was November of 1997. They had an outdoor concert, and there were like 60,000 people there because it was free.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Kenny at the time was just like all up in arms about it.
Oh, he was.
I knew he was a jagoff then.
I think Phil was actually at that concert.
Was
All
he?
the Phil timers out there.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, Real ID is now required for air travel in America.
Yep.
But they still accept passports now, right?
They still accept, and Christy Nome came out and gave all this information that you still can fly, but if you have a valid passport, bring that. And this morning, our sister station, I had heard them report, they have a reporter live there. So what they're doing is, if you have a Real ID, you're in a fast track line. But if you don't have it, you're put in a different line this morning.
I have to tell you guys, there's a DMV by my house, and every day I go by there, there's a line wrapped around the building.
I just received my Real ID 2 days ago on Monday in the mail.
Good job.
Yeah.
Wow.
$69 I had to pay online for it.
Look at you.
My wife did it all. I just know that came in the mail. It was sitting there.
Yeah.
I opened it up. Looks identical to your regular license, all other than there's a little star up in the top right corner.
The only nice thing, and to Greg's point about the long lines, is that we have the mandatory. So when you apply for a new ID, it actually coincides with voter registration. That actually helped Republican registrations.
Hey.
I don't know if you knew that or not.
Well, there you go.
So it upped the registration.
Good.
By the way, back to the priest or the
Conclave?
the Pope thing. Richard Notaro says, "How can a Catholic cardinal be fiscally responsible and well off? Priests take a vow of poverty among others."
I don't know.
This is true.
You have to talk to the Fox News rundown people.
See?
Have you seen the Vatican? I mean, it looks like the White House. Just saying.
Oh, no, the White House pales in comparison
Yeah,
to the Vatican.
you're right. You're
With
right.
all the, the world's
You're right.
riches.
The White House is kind of a dump, actually, if you really think about it.
Well,
Seriously.
Well, recently, Trump,
Yeah,
the gold
he made it all gold. He made
accents like Mar-a-Lago.
he made it tacky. Shocking, I know.
Or some may say more beautiful.
More tacky.
Well, we have good news for our Phillies. Kyle Schwarber, Alec Boehm, Nick Castellanos, all homered. Zach Wheeler pitching 7 solid innings. Our Phillies beating the Tampa Bay Rays 8-4 last night.
Okay.
So that's some good news for you.
Good.
Got
Here we
that
go.
going on.
All right.
We also did have we know that investigators from the National Weather Service will be out in Northampton County because they have confirmed that it was indeed a tornado that touched down in Northampton County in the Allentown area. So watching that one very carefully as far as I don't have word of the damage. Yesterday.
Really?
Last night.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
Did you guys get rain?
Oh, yeah.
Last night?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I don't think I received. I mean, I didn't see any. I came out this morning. Everything was dry.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
This one was, and they have video of it. The twister was near Route, actually 191 south of. It was actually south of Bangor, and the strength of the tornado.
That's where my parents live.
Your parents okay? You want to text mom and dad and just check in?
Mom's up at mom's staying with us.
Oh, okay. All right.
So they're going to determine the strength and the path, all that, the storm damage assessments. That's why they're out early this morning.
Yeah.
But there was video of it, Northampton County, Pennsylvania.
Interesting.
Yep.
So we got that going on. Hey, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Remember, Mother's Day coming up this Sunday. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com. Gift cards are available, josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our 6 a.m. news, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn. Also, Philly weather. It's going up to 61 degrees. It's 61 degrees right now. It's going up to 75 today with clear skies. Although Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday are looking good as well. Friday, we're going to dip back into the 60s with an 80% chance of showers. But for the most part, for the next 4 or 5 days, pretty good weather ahead. And is brought to you by MT Rule. You can check them out today at mtrule.com. They are your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. And thank you to MT Rule for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live. Weather here for round number 1 on a Wednesday morning. We'll come back and get to a Wednesday big take on the other side of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations. Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just in time for Mother's Day, take 25% off all outdoor and patio furniture. That's 25% off stylish patio sets, comfy outdoor seating, and everything you need to enjoy the season. Create the perfect backyard oasis with their beautiful, high-quality selection. And here's a bonus for Mom. Get a free moving blanket with any self-pickup order. Don't miss these special Mother's Day savings. Use code Mother's Day 25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield today.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey kids, shake loose together. Spotlight hitting something that you know to change the weather.
6:30 Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Tony Bruno coming up at 7:45 for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, our Veteran Spotlight, coming up 3 hours from now. But let's get down to business. Time for a Wednesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples. The Big Take. Are you tough enough? In 1986, the fabulous Thunderbirds released a single called Tough Enough. In 2016, 30 years later, Donald Trump rolled out the campaign slogan, Make America Great Again. And if you want to achieve that goal, you have to ask yourself the question, are you tough enough? Donald Trump was not elected to be nice. He was elected again to get results for the United States of America. Feelings be damned. And if you want to be great, you have to be tough mentally, physically, psychologically. And to achieve this goal, you need law enforcement to be able to do their job as they police society, enforce the law, apprehend and arrest the criminals, and lock them up. That is domestically. Here and abroad, you need to have a strong, fully stocked, well-equipped military. And that is every single branch, all the branches. And I believe we're on our way back to restoring America's toughness through common sense, which is a mandate from you, the American people. A major ruling from the Supreme Court coming down yesterday as SCOTUS sided with the Trump administration in lifting a lower court order that paused the Pentagon's transgender military ban from taking effect, allowing Trump's order and policies to proceed. The High Court ruled in favor of Trump 6-3. The three justices who would have denied the administration's appeal and kept the lower court injunction in place would be, you guessed it, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, who can't even define what a female is. She was the Biden administration appointee. It's real simple. You can either cut it and hack it, or you can't. In the military, in law enforcement, there's a bar that is set. You either meet it or you beat it. That's my motto in a world that should be based on merit. And I've defended Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth on his nomination process when he was attacked from all angles with his personal life. I've criticized Pete Hegseth for his mistakes, his poor judgment with the Signal app chat that was botched with Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic and, of course, Mike Waltz. So I've been very fair and objective with this guy. But I absolutely love what he had to say yesterday about making the armed forces great again and getting back to basics. Listen and watch this.
But then the president, after he said that, went on to say, I need you and I want you to restore the warrior ethos in our military, full stop. And that's been my first priority since day one, is restoring the warrior ethos. It's one of the most fundamental of those three objectives. Again, humans, more important than hardware. Everything starts and ends with warriors from training to the battlefield. We are leaving wokeness and weakness behind. No more pronouns, no more climate change obsession, no more emergency vaccine mandates, no more dudes in dresses. We're done with that. We're focused on lethality, meritocracy, accountability, standards, and readiness. That's why since Election Day, since President Trump was elected, recruitment and retention numbers are up historically. Attracting military service is something Americans have long been attracted to, but more so when they see leadership they want to follow. They want to be in disciplined formations that value them not for immutable differences, not for the color of our skin or gender, but because of honor and integrity and grit and patriotism. They want a meritocracy where they can work hard, make themselves better, kick ass, and rise up.
The warrior ethos, not the woke ethos. You think Russia cares about pronouns? Do you think China gives a damn about equity? Do you think Iran cares about climate change in the heat of battle? You think any nation with aspirations of power and dominance, with a vision, a glimmer of hope, a wish and a prayer of dethroning America, gives a rip about any of the stuff that wokeness has fostered, that Pete Hegseth has been tasked with rooting out? No, sir. So how is the military doing? We know in 2022 and 2023, the military failed to meet its recruiting goals in every branch except for the Marines. Now, in 2024, to be fair, even during Biden's last year, things started to get better. But in 2025, we are off to a roaring start. ABC News published this story on March 18th with the headline, Military officials say recruiting off to a strong start in 2025, building on recent trends. Early year gains reflect a confluence of factors as Trump claims a turnaround. ABC writes, quote, we've seen momentum unlike anything we've had in a decade, said General James Mingus, the Army's vice chief of staff, at a congressional hearing on Wednesday, March 12th, when he disclosed that 5 months into its recruiting year, the Army had already signed up close to 73% of the year's annual goal of 61,000 recruits. Fast forward a month later, military.com with this headline, just recently on April 21st, Army seeing major recruiting momentum in 2025 after hitting a goal last year. They write, as of last week, the Army had enlisted 51,837 recruits, or 85% of its 61,000 target for fiscal 2025. And when it comes to trimming the fat, Doge, they spare nobody, even the Pentagon, as Pete Hegseth has ordered the Pentagon to cut the number of senior generals by 20%. As of 2023, there were 37 four-star generals and admirals across the entire military, according to CNN. The memo also directs the Pentagon to cut the number of general officers in the National Guard by 20%, as well as a 10% reduction of the 900 general and flag officers across the military. On Donald Trump's 2024 campaign website, he posted his 20 core promises. Number 12 was strengthen and modernize our military, making it, without question, the strongest and most powerful in the world. I believe you can argue he's doing just that. From the military to law enforcement we go. Number 10 on Trump's core promises website was stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up violent offenders. Lots of noise lately around Alcatraz, super prisons in America, in hopes of deterring crime and throwing away society's scum. And the American people, in less than 4 months, they already feel safer. Here is CNN's Harry Enton with the law and order theme that Donald Trump has sold to Americans that clearly they are buying. Listen and watch this.
It speaks to one of Trump's best issues, right? The idea Alcatraz, you think law and order, you think Donald Trump. I mean, look here. All right, net approval rating handling crime. What do we have here? We have a positive rating for Donald Trump, even in the most recent polling. Look at that, at plus 2 points. Far better than Joe Biden, who was so far underwater. My goodness, he was setting records at minus 26 points. You rarely ever see it. So Donald Trump ran in part on law and order. It was one of the reasons that he got elected. And at this particular point, Americans like what they're hearing from him on the issue of crime. And you see this right here with a plus 2 net approval rating, far better than Joe Biden left office with back in 2024.
How does this then compare to how people viewed it in the first term?
Yeah, so this is another interesting thing, right? We compared Donald Trump's first term to now his second term. And what do we see here? We see that Donald Trump's net approval rating on handling crime is far better now at plus 2 points, the view of term number 2, than we go back to a retrospective approval rating back in March of 2024, in which he was underwater at minus 13 points. So he's doing 15 points better in terms of how people are viewing his handling of crime now than he was doing back in March of 2024. So when you hear Donald Trump talking about stuff like Alcatraz, yes, I know it's late night fodder for a lot of different folks, but what it actually speaks to is Donald Trump focusing the American people's attention on an issue in which they actually do like what he's doing. And you see it here with a net positive approval rating of plus 2 points, which again is 15 points higher than what we saw for Donald Trump in term numero uno.
What about just how worried people are actually about crime, about this exact issue?
Yeah, exactly right, Kate. So, we think about crime and we say, okay, it's one thing how they're viewing Trump, but are their views of overall crime changing as Donald Trump gets into the White House? And what do we see here? Well, the percentage of Americans who worry a great deal about crime, we actually have seen that percentage drop over the last year. It was 53% last year. And look at where we are now. We're at 47%. It's the first time in about 5 years in which the percentage of Americans who worry a great deal about crime has actually dropped under the 50% mark. And more than that, it's a rare issue that we've seen from 2024 to 2025 in which the percentage of Americans who worry a great deal about a particular issue has actually dropped by 5 points or more. In fact, it's one of only 2 issues in which we saw a 5-point decline among both Democrats and Republicans. So I think Donald Trump is going to continue on this law and order issue because the bottom line is it is working for him, Kate.
Many would say that Donald Trump is the F around and find out president, but the president can only do so much. It comes down to police departments locally, giving back their power from the defund the police stigma, the stripping of dignity, morale, and authority. It also comes down to mayors saying they won't tolerate lawlessness. It also comes down to electing district attorneys, Larry Krasner, with a passion for prosecuting criminals and seeking justice for the victims. The days of feelings are over. It's back to kicking ass in America. The only question is, are you tough enough to handle the truth? And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, you can save up to $250 off of a print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends on June 14th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts, get Dawn's thoughts on both the military front with the SCOTUS ruling as far as transgender members in the military and also law and order here in America. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. Kayal and Company, be right back.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:45. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Hopefully you having a great start to your day. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno, an hour from now for the cut sheet. We're going to get into the latest fallout with Temple University, Barstool Sports, 6ABC, anti-Semitism, Temple Students for Palestinian Justice, all of the stuff that has been in the news for the last 4 or 5 days, because there are a handful of updates on that front, as well as our Delco Pooper story, which we'll get to. Highlight of the day, by the way. Love this story. Was thinking about putting it into a big take, but then I was just like, it's just not going to work. So let me get your thoughts, Dawn. Yesterday, and this is a perfect day, I thought, for the big take with, the military, because today is our Veterans Spotlight, where we honor one of our heroes. Your thoughts on what Trump and Pete Hegseth, as well as others, are starting to do, again, with the military, and then also on the law and order front with crime and police?
Well, I think, so what's significant about the case in SCOTUS, the ruling yesterday in favor of the Trump administration, the Lambda Legal and Human Rights Campaign, they're saying this is devastating and discriminatory, but it certainly is an indication as this goes through that it looks like they will lose this, because it's still proceeding as far as the arguments, but it does not look good for them and their argument. I just thought it was interesting within the whole thing that they're not explicitly banning, just saying, hey, we're banning all transgender service members. That's not what they did. The Defense Department listed gender dysphoria as the marked incongruence between a person's experienced gender and their gender assigned at birth. In other words, they put it on a list of medical conditions that disqualify people from military service.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought it was an interesting way that they dealt with this. They're saying we're not banning all transgender individuals. Some people are physically born a certain way. What they're identifying is that psychological type of, and it was ruled as a mental illness, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they put in the Defense Department issues as what would, much like if you have type 1 diabetes.
Right. Right.
So in other words, they list certain things that they say these certain things unfortunately disqualify you.
And, for me, I separate being, on the front lines, so to speak, in the field of battle versus a non-combat role. And to me, I have no problem if you are somebody that identifies as trans that wants to be in the military. But when we're talking about merit and a certain standard and meeting the bar, if you're risking your life for your country, you need to know that your fellow combatants next to you, to your left, to your right, in front of you, behind you, in these, heat of the moment battles are
life or death.
Yeah, life or death, are physically equipped to do the job and also have the right mental state of mind to be dealing with these situations. You talk about discrimination, and this is the argument. Well, they're being discriminatory. I mean, if you want to talk about discriminatory, talk about all of these brilliant Asian kids that have been denied admission to some of these Ivy League elitist schools, these West Coast think tanks like Stanford. There's this story of this Asian boy in the news that's been in the news for quite some time now, and I think it's going to make its way to SCOTUS, where this kid got rejected from UC Berkeley, Stanford. I mean, he had a perfect SAT. He had a perfect high school GPA. He had every extracurricular known to man, and he was rejected because of ridiculous quotas that these schools are looking for. So what did Google do? Google went out and hired him before he even went to college, much less completed college. If Google hires you and gives you 6 figures to do something, they must think you're pretty bright, right? I understand they have a lot of money, but you want to talk about discrimination. That's discrimination. It's amazing to me the difference that the narrative of what the media will cover under the umbrella of discrimination. They'll constantly talk about transgender people in the military. They almost, and if you didn't watch Fox News, you wouldn't know the story of the Asian kid who couldn't get into any of these colleges despite being one of arguably the smartest kids in all of America in high school. That, to me, is discrimination, because based on merit, he meets the standards and requirements to get into every institution. But, like, if I'm Pete Hegseth or any of these other generals or any other entry-level combatant on the field of battle, I want to make sure that the guys, the gals next to me, they're ready to go. Right? I mean, You think China's going to say, oh, hold on, pause, time out. The transgender individual next to the straight black guy that fits all the requirements for the military is having an issue. You think they just call timeout, they take a 30-second timeout and go to a commercial break? No, this is life and death. You need to be ready to go. I also love the fact that, and I haven't seen a ton of this, I can't really quantify not military-wise, law enforcement-wise, what Trump has done as far as, policing at the local level. That to me feels like more of a municipal by municipal approach, mayor by mayor, governor by governor. But I thought those numbers were very telling. In less than 4 months, America already feels exponentially safer under Donald Trump than they do Joe Biden. But as I said in the big takedown, we have to get back to a point here where the people that are in charge of police or security empower and embolden those that are out there every day. We sit here and we back the blue. I don't care if it's Temple University with the head of security there, Jennifer Griffin. I don't care if that's, Bethel, the Philadelphia Police Department. I want to make sure that these officers every day, they go out there feeling like their bosses have their backs, right? Like we feel like Stalker has our back in our line of work, in our profession. I can't imagine what it's like for something as serious as being an officer, knowing everybody's just waiting for you to possibly not follow protocol. Thank God for body cams with officers these days.
Yeah, but I will say this, and I know Jennifer Griffin has become, the punching bag of everybody's, blame about what's going on the Temple campus, which is in a high crime area in North Philadelphia.
Yep.
But look at what we have seen. We are at the lowest staffed police department since the 1980s, according to the FBI data with the ratio. And they could hire for what they're budgeted for with the city's budget. We could hire today and should hire at least 1,300 officers, but they're budgeted for more than 1,500, 1,500. So there's no question the fact that we are way down in law enforcement in the city of Philadelphia, that affects each and every one of us. It affects the crime that's happening in this city. Ask yourself, when you drive in every day and we're weaving in through city streets, and I live in the city, so I'm weaving in through, I rarely, if ever, see a Philadelphia police officer or a police vehicle driving by.
That's a good point. I don't see any, and not that I live in the city, but I get it. I come down the Blue Route into the onto the Schuylkill, and then we get off here at Market. I don't see a ton of vehicles either.
Nope.
You're right. I see, where I see more? I see more Whitpain Township vehicles. Granted, very small municipality. I get it. But yeah, just that visual presence and the deterrence. You're right.
So what they've had to do, if you think of 1,500 fewer officers, think about that and the impact of the defund the police movement, because first of all, you have cops. I mean, I did a whole rant yesterday about the recent verdict in a case where we had some 30 officers who were fired upon. This was 2019. It was technically before the defund the police movement, before the summer of 2020. But you just think about that. And I was really thinking about this verdict, which came down as a mixed verdict. There shouldn't have even been a trial, quite frankly. I mean, that the fact that this guy was able to, he shot at more than 30 officers, but shot 6 of them. And think about all their injuries on their arms, head wounds, leg wounds. And the report was, well, none of them suffered life-threatening injuries. You know what? Why don't you just get shot in both of your arms, your hands, your legs? And what that also tells you, I think in court from now on, we should have where they hold up their bulletproof apparatus. How many bullets struck their chest, but thank God for the bulletproof. Yeah. So how many cops said that hot summer of 2019, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm putting in, they're all, as soon as they can get retirement, they're putting in for it, or they're putting in for jobs to all of the you should see the waiting list with all of the suburban cops, because Philadelphia cops are like, I'm out as soon as I can.
Oh, yeah.
And do you blame them?
Yeah, well, and there was no defund the police movement in 1997, but my Uncle Tim, my mom's brother, was a 27-year narcotics officer for the Easton Police Department. And he got sick of whatever the politics were and whatever was going on behind the scenes. As soon as he was eligible for his pension and retirement, he retired, and then he became a welfare fraud investigator for the state of Pennsylvania and didn't have to deal with, the nonsense you deal with on a daily basis, shift by shift on the streets.
So think about that. All the way up in the Easton.
Right.
You know what I mean? When in Philadelphia with the high crime and what we're seeing.
Yeah.
To be a law enforcement officer here, and then on top of it, to know that we need to hire 1,500 more officers. So now think about that. That means, yes, it means more overtime, more money, but it also means you're exhausted.
Oh, yeah. Yep. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, news to kick off hour number 2. And then before we get to Tony Bruno at 7:45, we will have all of the updates with Temple, 6ABC, the anti-Semitism, the Palestinian stuff, as well as the update on our Delco defecator. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is on the way on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 7:01 as we kick off hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Greg Stocker's cut sheet coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno will join us live from Florida. Our veteran spotlight brought to you by Window Nation. That's coming up at 9:30 this morning. Big thank you to everybody that showed up last night to Politics and Pints. Boy, what a beautiful night. Great American Pub was rocking for Zioli.
Yeah,
from 3 to 6.
Yeah, thank you for everybody that came out to that.
Woo!
We had hundreds of people in there.
It was awesome.
I wonder if the sports station got that many people Monday. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it.
Oh, man. All the bosses were there last night, too. So they can't dispute it, right?
It's unbelievable to me. Like, everybody's like, oh, WIP. Okay, great. Who can pack a bar? Who moves product?
And look,
the Eagles.
You can't argue it. The three wise men were there last night.
It's true.
Three wise men.
DY, DS, and RK, they were there.
They were.
Were they bringing frankincense and precious
myrrh,
oils?
silver, yeah.
And chicken Caesar wraps.
Yeah.
That's good.
I housed that thing. I
Yeah.
ate that thing like it was the Last Supper. Oh, God. What a night. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let's get to the news, round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensler.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning as we begin in what should be a beautiful day and some changes weather-wise. So we'll have that upcoming. But we are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company by Kitchen Magic. So in the news this morning, we have been talking about the fact that we are awaiting news and an update as a 10-year-old little boy fatally shot inside a home. This is Washington Township, New Jersey, yesterday afternoon. For a brief time, his grade school had been put on lockdown just as a precaution, but we know that there are grief counselors on scene as well as a police presence for Birches Elementary School, which is where the child was, a 5th grader there. So we're waiting word from Washington Township School District as well as the police there as to what happened. They believe this was just a horrible accident, but we'll see if there are any charges against those responsible for the child, for the gun involved in this. We don't have the circumstances. Was this a case of one child playing with a gun, others? We don't have that info, so we're watching that very carefully, a developing story this morning. I want to take you to Bucks County. The sheriff there, Fred Herron, he says that some people who oppose him are attacking him. His plan to have his department partner and cooperate fully with ICE, and that they're using anti-Semitic and Holocaust-era language, he claims, to slander him as the state's only Jewish sheriff. And so this is, in other words, a big story that the Inquirer this morning, all the local stations covering this, and he's simply saying, hey, I'm a sheriff who wants to help ICE enforce immigration laws, and they're calling it a controversial partnership program. But he says that, calling him a Nazi and all of this language is actually anti-Semitic. So that swirl of, anti-Semitic claims really goes along with also what has been going on with Dave Portnoy, as well as 6ABC, the reporter who's named by the Inquirer. As I know, there are several updates last night and overnight, with that situation with Barstool, the local bar, and Barstool's owner, Dave Portnoy.
I tell you, I'm really at the point now where I'm just losing my patience with all the anti-Semitism. For 5 years, even longer, really since the Trump administration started in 2016, all I've ever heard is about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and hate has no home here, and everybody should get along, and we're all equal. And now it's just open season on anti-Semitism and Jews, and the hatred for anybody that is aligned with a pro-Israel stance. It's such a double standard.
The problem is all the cockroaches have come out from hiding and are now being amplified on social media sites like X.
Yeah.
So they feel they're empowered. They feel that they are they have a consensus, so they're free to say whatever they want to on this is what happens. You know what I mean? Like I'm a free speech absolutist, and I believe that people should say what I believe. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. So all these creeps with these horrendous views. I'm glad they're putting it out on X, because you know what, they're being outed as the scumbags that they are.
Do you think it's a certain generation? It feels like I'm seeing far more of it from the younger generation. I don't see many boomers with anti-Semitic remarks, right?
Yes, because we've all been taught what the horrifying things that happened during World War II. So, no, like the new generation, the next generation, it's so far removed from them that they don't even know, they have no idea. They have no context for it.
Yeah.
And it's our fault for not teaching them.
I don't see the Gen Xers engaging in this behavior. I don't see many of the older millennials. I'm one of the older millennials.
Again, because we had grandparents that probably fought in World War II, or you know what I mean. Like we're one generation really removed from, maybe 2 generations removed from it. This next generation isn't. So like they're several generations removed. So therefore, it's like, well, it didn't happen in my lifetime, so I don't know it. I didn't see it.
Right. Yeah.
I just know what I read on TikTok.
Mm-hmm. And what the trendy thing to protest is.
Yep.
And I know you're going to read the update with regard to Dave Portnoy, that situation going back and forth. But the Temple student involved, who identifies himself online as Mo Khan, he actually, I know he did at least one interview with a sports station. He's now has a GoFundMe type fundraiser
who
page.
doesn't, right? Everybody's got a podcast, a book, and a GoFundMe.
Yeah. He has a long explanation, and he's saying that Dave Portnoy has mischaracterized him, he deserves restitution from Dave Portnoy.
Yeah, everybody's a victim, right?
And that he's claiming that he did nothing anti-Semitic at all.
Well, homeboy should learn what podcasts he goes on and not go on anti-Semitic podcasts who sit there and call Dave Portnoy a dirty Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
that's not helping your cause, Mo.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a site called Stop Anti-Semitism, one of many, but they are, in fact, saying the same criticism that you are, Greg.
Yeah.
And they've been reposting the Temple students, his Instagram posts,
Mm-hmm.
and how he had posted the F the Jews sign apparently himself.
Yeah,
from
and
the
tagged
local
himself
bar.
in it.
Yeah.
Like there's no, he posted the video. There would be no spotlight on him if he didn't post the video on social media.
It's just unbelievable.
But I will say he's the alleged culprit
Yes,
behind that sign.
Of
It's
course.
all alleged.
But here's the problem though, is that I'm going to play this in its entirety.
Okay.
And it is disgusting. This guy that he went on, this podcast that he went on, the stuff that this guy is saying, the fact that this guy did not, Mo did not leave and say, dude, I can't take part in this. This is like, you're going above and beyond. He just sat there.
Yeah.
There. Well, this guy called him porno, all kinds of anti-Semitic things. It's horrific.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrific.
Yep.
If I'm his lawyer, I'm like, bro, zip it.
Yeah.
Stop.
Right.
What are you doing?
I agree.
Yeah, 8 hours ago, Dave Portnoy's all, he's so inflamed over this. He had put out that this individual, the Temple student who's suspended, is, quote, an anti-Semitic coward and liar, end of story.
Oh, I've got a clip that we're going to play after the news of the Students for Justice in Palestine. Wait till you hear the commentary of these individuals that attend the temple on our tax dollars and what they want for America. Wait till you hear this.
Why don't we get out of news and get into this?
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
I really want to do this.
Okay.
So in any event, we're all embroiled in all of this locally here. And I know we have to get to the forecast, but first, Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring our news this morning. Looking to remodel your kitchen at Kitchen Magic. Their products are made right in Nazareth, PA. So those reported tariff delays will not impact you because anything, of course, made in the USA has no tariffs. So they're family-owned, American-made, and this month alone, save up to 30% off. 30% off for the month of May. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Thank you, Kitchen Magic. And I know Nick Kayal has our forecast. Looks like a beautiful forecast.
It does, Dawn. I'm over here in the Doppler green room. It's 61 degrees here in Philadelphia today, going up to 75 with clear skies.
Woot, woot.
Yeah, a little rain on Friday, but Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday look pretty good, although we will dip into the 60s with a few showers, a few sprinkles, as they say, on Friday. Philly weather is brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, so let's get further into this, and there's many different avenues we can go down. And I know I've got this clip, Phil, with this student from Temple and advocating for justice with Palestine. But I just wanted to start because yesterday, 6ABC posted on X their official statement with the interview that Portnoy conducted on Monday. So 6ABC said, on Sunday afternoon, one of our reporters, Katie Catro, K-A-T-R-O, Catro, filed a story about Barstool Sports creator Dave Portnoy's response to an anti-Semitic sign being displayed at Barstool Sports Philly location. The story is straightforward and an accurate representation of the message he delivered during his press conference. This is the only story Katie has done on this topic. She has not interviewed Mr. Portnoy, nor has she done any follow-up reporting. So I guess my first question would be, okay, so then are you saying 6ABC that it was not Katie that did that Zoom interview that we played for you in my big take yesterday that occurred on Monday?
They're being coy.
They really are. And I know we got into it yesterday over Rhonda Thomas. So what I want to do is, if she was not the one, because my issue was the way the interview was conducted. I felt like they got off of the point. So if it was not Rhonda Thomas, I apologize. If it was Katie, then my beef is with your line of questioning, not Rhonda. But still, there's still this cloudy murkiness as to who conducted said interview. Now, the official story that was written and filed and published by 6ABC was written by Katie, and it's a very nuts and bolts, here's what happened, blah, 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 blah. It's on my Twitter timeline if you want to read it. But I thought it was pretty weak out of 6ABC on the post. They turned the mentions off. Nobody could reply to it. Mm-hmm. And I thought the link to the story that they attached to their statement and their tweet is nothing about anything that occurred in the Zoom with Portnoy. So I'm confused as to who was the person, and if there was this, quote, bait and switch, Portnoy's words, not mine, okay, then why did we have a flipping of reporters? But that's neither here nor there. So the crux of this story, again, should be about the anti-Semitism and what's going on with Temple, what occurred at Portnoy's place, not making it about Portnoy, but the act itself, and that is the hatred and the vile messaging. Although free speech is free speech. And I want to play you this. And this
Can I just say something about the media? Mm-hmm. So really quick here, what they've done is lawyers are involved, because I had a whiff of this. The moment I saw it, I thought, oh, this is going to be a lawsuit. And we can, Mocom, the Temple student, is already saying there's a lawsuit. Yeah. And so we know that's happening. So 6ABC, what has happened is they are they're being very careful. This is carefully worded, because the reporter that was public, that I think people inferred that Katie Cantrell was involved, they're saying Katie's not involved at all. They're not releasing the interview of the reporter and anchor who actually did the interview. Mm-hmm. I suspect they won't.
Okay.
Because their lawyers have said, this is a litigious hot mess. Please don't get ABC Network News, which is a big money entity, right?
Yep.
Don't get us named. Shut this down and delete all that interview that you did.
And they are an O&O, right? They're owned and operated.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And one of the most powerful in the nation.
Okay.
I can guarantee you could put money on it, mm-hmm. that the lawyers said, bury that report, bury that interview, don't get involved, and make one statement that Katie had nothing to do, nuts and bolts, we're done, we're not involved.
Okay. So then, of course, with Palestine and Israel and the anti-Semitism and the pro-Palestinian cause, with Temple University, you have we'll call it a group on campus called Students for Justice in Palestine. Phil, I want to play this clip for you right now. Temple, public institution, taxpayer funded. This is part of your tax dollars. And just listen to the anti-Semitism, the hatred for America, Western civilization, Western values, and capitalism. Listen to this.
So we see this existential connection between the Palestinian students movement and the political prisoners. So the Palestinian student, the day after of Oslo, they changed their activism from the campus to the armed struggle. If Palestine is liberated, this means this is a nail to dismantle the United States of America.
We know it's a victory when a red triangle goes above an Israeli soldier's head and the pig gets iced. Like, we know that's a victory. We know it's a victory when prisoners break out. We know it's a victory when all these things happen. But a lot of people don't necessarily know that. And it's not their fault they don't know that. It's our fault.
We will free Mumia because it is our job to destroy imperialism, destroy the United States, and destroy capitalism and the system of extraction that it relies on to perpetuate itself. And we will do it by organizing in a manner that actively undermines and destabilizes the legitimacy and the power of the state and the power and legitimacy of capitalism.
There you go. That is, you have, for those unable to watch it, you had some Palestinian individuals, some people of, call it Arabic descent. You had a female, you had a black student, a black male, and you had a white kid with a COVID-19 mask on inside recording a video. By himself, sitting presumably in a dorm room wearing a KN95 mask. These people are mentally ill individuals. And here's the hypocrisy of all of this, right? Yeah, allegedly. So you hate America so much, you want to destroy America, destroy the United States, you want to crush capitalism, yet you're attending Temple University on North Broad Street in Philadelphia. If you hate America so much, get the hell out of our country.
Yeah, I mean the message that they have on this is all backwards. You know what I mean? Like their message, in my opinion, is mentally ill. It is just they don't know the facts. They don't know anything, and they're just college kids that are just spouting things that they have no clue what it is.
Right. You have this, this jihad, this holy war, not to get too deep into it, but I mean, these are people that are radicalized and at a very young age trained to hate Israel, the Jews, and any of Israel's allies. And there's no bigger ally than the United States of America, right? We saw what happened on 9/11. We have seen what has happened in subsequent terror attacks. Most recently, what occurred in New Orleans on New Year's morning. And you're sitting here advocating and arguing on behalf of people that if you were dropped off in their portion of the world, you're dead on arrival, dude.
Yep.
Dead on arrival.
No, just so we don't conflate the two, what you just aired of, unnamed Temple students, some of them masked, etc.
And that source was Libs of TikTok, by the way.
And those individuals are not the individual who is identified as Muhammad Khan, who was the student involved with, who claims he's innocent with Barstool Sports.
That individual's name is Muhammad Katab, Katab. So, and again, now Temple also has campuses worldwide. I don't know specifically if they are located here in Philly or another campus, but
the message here, in my opinion, is that this seems to be systematic of what's happening.
A culture
of these schools and what's happening on college campuses, which I think is really distressing. I have, and we should get to it on the other side, I have a video of Mo Khan, who did an interview with Stu Peters, who is an
accused anti-Semite.
No. I mean, you hear what he said. He's a blatant anti-Semite. There's no tiptoeing around what he says. I'm gonna warn you. Like, this is not something you want to hear. We don't condone any of this. I just think that this needs to be aired, because this kid goes on this show, and just sits there as this guy says these vile things about the Jewish people. Vile. And he sits there and does nothing.
Seems like a double standard.
Yeah.
Seems like a double standard in speech and or hate. 855-839-1210, Kayal and Company. That is coming up on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we are talking today about Piazza Mazda and their huge crossover, as well as their huge SUV lineup. This month, Piazza Mazda offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers, where you can choose from small to big. The sleek Mazda CX-5, a little bigger. How about the sporty CX-30? Then we get up to the capable CX-50. Then if you need that third row, how about the 3-row CX-90? My wife has her eyes on that one. Or the CX plug-in hybrid. Discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive, or shop online at piazzamazda.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
$7:27, Kayal and Company, live on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Greg Stocker. Tony Bruno will join the party coming up in just about 20 minutes as we continue with what has really engulfed the Philadelphia region pertaining to anti-Semitism, Temple University, Barstool Sports, and their CEO, Dave Portnoy, with what transpired at one of his establishments. And I believe Stocker has the clip now that we have been teasing for a while.
So this is 22, Phil. Look, this Dawn said it right as we started. Like, this kid has a right to due process. He has a right to all of this. Like, these people there that were accused of being there, everybody has a right to due process. So, like, I have no qualms with this kid going on, going to media and trying to get his side of the story out there. That's absolutely his right. He should do that if he feels that he's being mistreated or that he is innocent. Going on a podcast where it's not like they don't beat around the bush and hint at anti-Semitic things. This guy literally says dirty, filthy Jew, Dave Portnoy. Like, just horrific things, talking about Jewish supremacy. Like, it is horrific. And
this is the host of some show?
The host of the Stu Peters Live.
Yes.
By the way, anybody out there who's listening or on the YouTube chat that listens to this crap, turn the radio off. Don't listen to us. I don't want you. I don't need you. We don't need you on this radio station. If you like crap like this, then we have no need for you on 1210 WPHT. So take your crap elsewhere.
It's called SPN, the Stu Peters Network. I'm looking at his X feed. He's got like 800,000 followers.
Of course.
And of course the website. I mean, you want to talk about anti-Semitism and this platform for this dope to go on with Stu Peters. The website, and I'm only plugging it, not for a good cause, but to point out how vile this guy is. The website is don'tbeajew.com.
Really? And this is the type of show that this kid is going on. He's not a kid. He's 18. Right. Like, this guy is going on. Where is his lawyer? Where's his lawyer saying, don't do this? Yeah. You're right. Your side of the story should be out there. But on this guy's show, I'm going to play this. We're going to stop and start it. Listen, if you don't want to, there's some language in here that it's just like it's going to make your head explode. Yeah. But I feel like it's important to play this, right?
Yeah, I would totally agree.
Roll this.
You're a college kid. Okay, so now you've been kicked out of Temple University. Tell us about this.
Right. So after Mr. Portnoy offered us that amendment trip to Auschwitz and said that your names wouldn't be exposed if you take this trip, I'll keep it silent, etc. Which in that initial state of duress, I quickly said, sorry, I'm good. He was in a hurry. He cut the call. He's like, we'll figure it out tomorrow. We'll make a group chat with the parents. I was like, all right, I was focused on being safe. He goes on and reposts something on his Twitter with roughly 4 million followers and a blatant image of my face. So tell me, how does that correlate in any way to what he just said?
Stop it for a second.
Okay.
Okay, a blatant image of his face. Fine. This dude is on the internet right now with his face exposed. Like, what's happening here?
So he's claiming that there was going to be a concealment of his identity if he agreed to the parameters of education, but then Portnoy posts his picture so this guy, and I'm not defending this guy, but this guy is saying, well, wait a minute. You said you wouldn't expose me and my identity, and then you do this.
But from
That's what he's arguing?
But from what I saw, that video had his Instagram handle on it, right?
Yes.
The one that said "F the Jews," right? Had his.
Yes.
I believe so.
Now, he now, first of all, he deleted his Instagram, all of that.
Yeah.
But Portnoy, I know you'll play it in a minute, but Portnoy says, wait a minute, this guy was out there, put himself out there, I believe was already on suspension from Temple. But I will also say, with regard to this kid, he has said now he was just basically being a journalist reporting somebody else's sign. That he claims he never paid for a sign.
Okay.
He had nothing to do with it. That is his, just so you know the story
Yep.
of the now suspended Temple student.
And by the way, if he didn't have anything to do with the sign, he was just there. He saw it. He put it up there. It was like, oh my God, I can't believe people do this, and got it out there, to kind of as a disinfectant, air it.
Right.
But when this interview continues and he doesn't stop this guy from saying the vile things that he's saying, keep going.
Okay.
He called me a liar. I'd call that a lie. After that, the next morning, you could best believe everyone was tagging my company. Everyone was tagging me, tagging Temple. So regardless of whether I took the trip or not, he did burn me to the ground. I'm ready to admit it. He burned me to the ground before he could even send us to the trip. So I was just really confused. And that's when I realized that this guy is not a good guy. He just utterly destroyed my life.
No, he's not a good guy. He's a filthy Jew. But tell me more about Temple. So did they call you?
Stop it.
Oh my God.
So
Stupiders.
This guy, and the fact that kid or that guy does not say there, whoa, 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 whoa. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
By being there, again, I don't, we all have different opinions. I don't always condone everything you guys say. You don't always condone everything I say. But if any of us said anything like that, you're like, what?
Yeah, of course. You'd fall out of your chair and dive for the dump button, and I'd be toast.
So so that's just the first part of this.
Yes. There's still 3 minutes left of this clip, by the way.
Keep going.
You're suspended, or how did your scholarship get revoked?
I essentially just got an email from Temple University stating that I'm on interim suspension. So until further investigation goes on, I'll be honest, an event similar to this happened a couple months ago, and I talked to my friends. They said that, brother, trust me, you're looking at nothing short of an expulsion. They're not going to take this lightly. I said, look, man, I already kind of knew that. Right after that, due to that interim suspension, which should be investigated, my company also reaches out to me. Due to this suspension, which isn't even a legitimate suspension, it's an interim suspension until everyone figures out what's going on. They can't have me on board either. So slowly but surely, my life was just getting wrecked. You understand? Starting with Temple suspending me. Now, further investigation is going on. I still have to talk to people, but besides getting in contact with me for anything else, they have suspended me immediately. As far as making amends with Temple, it was almost implied that had I participated in the Auschwitz trip, maintained good relations, etc., Portnoy would have been able to do something to get me back at Temple. But best believe I'm not going on that trip, especially after the past couple of videos he's been.
So what were you going to school for, by the way?
I was an MIS major, Management Information Systems.
And you had some prestigious internship as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I'm glad that I worked really hard for it, but I'm really disappointed that I got taken away. In matters of an instant.
I can't kill him for that.
Due to a group of people coming together and absolutely trying to destroy me.
The chat said, welcome to being white.
No, for God's sake.
It's exactly right. We have been, beaten over by these people since the beginning of time. They thought that they had, and now it's you. See, that's what I mean. This is not an issue where we're divided. Shiloh Hendricks raised over $600,000 for calling.
So I'm trying to figure this out now. He says his company is he already employed full time somewhere while being a student, or is he just calling his company his internship?
His internship
that he interns for. Okay, so I get that, but so he claimed in the post that he posted that is now since deleted, the whole Instagram account deleted, that he was posting this as quote a journalist or whatever he claimed that he would. And I know that we live in this day and where everybody's a journalist. Which look, hey, you can be a citizen journalist and do a darn good job. But then why don't you stand by what you posted? You, in cowardly fashion, you deleted it. So if you thought you were doing nothing wrong, I'm a big believer in owning what you say and owning what you do. Personal accountability and responsibility. Why would he not keep that active and keep that up? If he feels like he was not in the wrong, which I'm trying to still piece this together, he didn't say anything in defense of anything that Stu Peters said. That being said, and I'm just going, look, I don't know the whole story. I can only make an assessment after seeing 3 minutes and 49 seconds of a clip. Should he go to Auschwitz? I feel like he should, but should he be forced to go?
The first day this happened, we said, and I said, if I were Dave Portnoy, this was his business. First of all, he fired the servers who he says participated in this situation. Then he says, hey, I talked to the students involved in this, and I don't want to ruin their lives. That's what Portnoy says. So I want to make this a teachable moment. Basically, it's called
fight with cash.
Oh, sorry.
Basically, restorative justice is what it's known as, and make it a teachable moment. So Portnoy was saying he was going to, that's probably what, thousands of dollars for each of those students to fly to. And I thought it was the concentration camps, the Holocaust scenes there, but I guess it was just Auschwitz, because obviously there are other areas that you could go to Germany and to Poland.
Right.
But in any event, this was a pretty extensive, expensive trip that Portnoy was saying, I want them to see this. I want them to know that this is real and understand it. And so, in my opinion, at that moment, when I first heard about this, I thought, these individuals, if you have these seeds of this level of ism, hatred,
yes,
and it could be any hatred. It could be against you because you're fill in the blank.
Yep.
You are black, you're Catholic, you know what I mean? Pick whatever it is. And so haters gonna hate, like the old say, right?
Yep.
So this, to me personally, these individuals they were never interested in a teachable moment, restorative justice. They were never interested, in going to that sacred ground and seeing the horrific things that happened, the scenes of the Holocaust. They're not interested in those truths.
And just for clarification, is the student there that's wearing the shirt and tie, Mo, what'd you say, Khan?
Yeah.
Khan.
Is he a member of the Temple Students for Palestinian Justice? Do we know that? And also, was he just one of the recipients at Portnoy's establishment that was getting bottle service at a table where the waitress came out? I'm trying to figure out what his direct involvement was.
He claimed, so initially it was alleged that he was involved in that bottle service situation, that he was one of two students or one of two individuals who were allegedly complicit with that horrible sign. Now he says that he merely documented it, that he never paid anybody for bottle service, he never paid for it, and he was merely capturing, like a journalist would, capturing this moment with the sign, and that he was publishing it like a journalist would, reporting on it, but that he had nothing to do with it.
Well,
that's what he claims.
This is also a lesson, as Stalker has mentioned before.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
If he didn't document this, he might not be in this situation today. Not saying, if you're just exposing hatred, I have no problem with that at all, by all means. But when you kind of make yourself part of the story by intentionally doing it or just thinking you're doing something, sometimes you become the story. And he has now become the story. We're talking more about this guy than the girl that actually walked out with the sign that said F the Jews. which I feel like that's kind of gotten lost in translation here to some extent.
I don't want to play any more of the scumbag because
we get the concept.
But later on in the interview, and Dave Portnoy actually posted a little clip of it where Stu Peters says to him something to the effect of, is this the breaking point that everybody, we all need to come together and rise up against Jewish supremacy? And Mo Khan says, absolutely. Oh. So, in my opinion, this guy going on this show just lost his case.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it is
Not
just
a good move.
Like the first thing after he tells the story, the guy says calls Portnoy a dirty, filthy Jew.
Yeah.
Like interview over right there.
Right. Do we want to play any of Portnoy later in the cut sheet?
No.
Or, okay.
No. I'm done. I'm done with this story. I just feel like it's just.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful.
I'm just done with academia. And Lebo makes a great point on Twitter. He says you never hear this kind of crap from kids that go to trade schools.
Oh, well put.
When's the last time we heard a trade school hatred story?
Yeah, because everybody's just working together. No,
Yeah.
as far as Dave Portnoy, Dave, stick with your lovely. I love his videos of Peaches, his doggy, and his pizza.
By the way,
stick with that, dude. Dave Portnoy. I never knew who he was. He reminds me so much of my brother. He's like, I'm sure a smart business guy, but as far as his instincts on something like this, way off. So stop trusting these people who are trying to just stay away from this.
By the way, for the YouTube chatters that are like, hey, I thought you guys were about free speech, guys. Yeah,
I am.
We're about free speech. That's why I aired that. We're the only station on the radio that is going to air that interview.
Yeah.
I can air it and then say what a vile, detestable, horrendous thing that dude said.
Yeah.
Horrendous, that host.
Yeah, that's called free speech as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can play something we disagree with and then tell you why we disagree with it. That is called having discourse, discussion, and a conversation around things that get people in their feelings. And you can like what I say or dislike it. I can dislike what they say. I'm not trying to censor him. That guy can say anything he wants.
And I'm going at it from a legal angle too. Like this kid did himself no favors whatsoever.
Yeah.
If he had a lawsuit or not, he might have. After this, if I'm the if I'm the other side, I'm like, Exhibit A, sir.
Yeah.
Did you go on this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Case over.
As Tony Bruno would say, roll the tape. And we're going to talk to Tony Bruno coming up next.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
That was Tony on Mo Khan. I kid. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? It's coming up next as Tony joins us live from Florida here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, live on a Wednesday. Sane commentary in an insane world. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Last night, a big conversation broke out at Politics and Pints. On one end, you had Italian Dom Giordano. On the other end, Italian Rich Zeoli. It was the battle of sauce versus gravy, in which, in that setting in Phoenixville, amongst that crowd, Rich Zeoli and Team Sauce were victorious. But now we bring in a South Philadelphia Italian icon from Florida to settle this once and for all. Tony Bruno, Good morning. And is it gravy or is it sauce? Your thoughts?
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for joining me. I got to say, you guys all look good considering you were pounding them last night. And pounding them hard. A lot of people are commenting. Last night I got home back from the lot working and just to get caught up on stuff.
Yeah.
And everybody was talking about it. To me, we had gravy wars with Lorraine Rinaldi. Lorraine Rinaldi, a local Philadelphia broadcaster, newscaster. I think she did traffic too.
She did traffic on the station.
We did a whole series of events. We call it Gravy Wars. She has a book out called Gravy Wars.
It's true.
So I know the whole thing is if you put meat in it, it's gravy. If you just make a sauce, it's a sauce. You call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, we're going to go get Dave Portnoy. I want Dave Portnoy to come in and chime in on gravy or sauce without using the F-bomb, without using an F-bomb one time. Has he ever gone on his feed and not gone crazy over anything that irks him, including losing $250,000 on the Phillies last fall when they choked in the playoffs?
That's true.
I mean, the guy's nuts.
Yeah.
God bless him. I mean, the guy's made a lot of money, but I didn't even know. Who knew that Barstool had a bar on Sansom Street? Where is it? At the Sansom Street Cinema location? Where is the Barstool? Where's the Barstool bar?
I'm not sure.
And why are Temple kids in there doing bottle service?
Yeah.
When I was at Temple, I couldn't afford to get to Temple from South Philly. Now these Temple punks are going into bars with bottle service on Saturday nights.
Tony,
Come on, man.
I'm 41. I still can't afford bottle service. Come on, man.
True.
I've never done bottle service.
I'm going to take that button and rip it off if I hear another drumbeat rim shot.
It's like the blue panic button or the Trump Diet Coke button. It's my favorite button. Let's hit that button for what's on the cut sheet, shall we?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno. Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Your favorite soda just got a cool new twist. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. Try the new Twisted Cola Blender drink topped with cocoa lime cream or dig into the Cola Gelati. Stop by Rita's and grab cola treats before they are gone. Be cool, eat at Rita's. Be cool, eat at Rita's. Be cool, eat at Rita's. Thank you. Joe Biden gave his first interview since leaving the White House to the BBC.
Of course.
I really had him pegged for going on Hannity.
I'm surprised he didn't I'm surprised he didn't come to Temple to give a speech on anti-Semitism, Joe.
He said ending the race earlier wouldn't have mattered.
Ending the race earlier.
Roll it.
Okay.
You have withdrawn earlier, giving someone else a bigger chance.
I don't think it would have
Jumping out of the race, he means.
mattered. We left at a time when we had a good candidate. She was fully funded.
Oh boy, he's
And what happened was, I had become what we had set out to do. No one thought we could do, and become so successful in our agenda. It was hard to say, "No, I'm going to stop now." I meant what I said when I started. That I think I'm prepared to hand this to the next generation. It's a transition government, but things move so quickly that it made it difficult to walk away.
Yeah, you were successful, Joe. Nobody ever thought you could get inflation up to 9.1%. I mean, that was staggering, a hell of an accomplishment. But I know you had the CHIPS Act and the bipartisan infrastructure deal, and those are your two claims to fame. It almost sounds like there, when he says well-funded, like it doesn't matter if I dropped out in June or July of 24 or January of 24. Kamala was going to lose regardless. Is that the vibe that you got there?
Sounded like it to me.
Yeah. A little dig.
Wait.
You know he's not happy about that.
That interview on the BBC was more dreadful than the shows Robin watches on the British networks. God, these slow, tedious British things.
Oh, I know.
What a perfect spot for Joe Biden, a slow, tedious Radio 4 BBC interview. I mean, even the PBS doesn't want to interview Joe anymore because if he goes on there, they really will defund it.
Yeah.
BBC, PBS, NPR. My God, how many?
By the way, Dawn looking a little not slow. She always looks perky.
Slow.
But Dawn, how many pints did you have last
Lots of
night?
pints.
That's the question everybody's asking.
Yeah, lots of pints.
How many did I have?
She was
Should I
pounding
tell
the red wine.
I was drinking water.
Yeah, you were.
To be honest,
you did turn.
Was there bottle service? Was there bottle service up there last night? That's what I wanted.
Yeah, it came courtesy of Bonnie.
Yeah.
I am looking at the prices at Barstool. So cocktails, they're specials, they're happy hour specials. Cocktails are a minimum of $14.
Yep.
But their Philadelphia Pale Ale only $6. That's not bad.
For a pint?
I can't be a.
Where is the bar? Does anybody know where on Sansom Street?
It's like 13 in between 13th and 12th and Sansom. Samson. So it's not far from City Hall.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's the neighborhood though, right? That's the neighborhood there, which is a great area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice, safe area.
Yeah. Interesting.
Anyway,
$14 for a cocktail, huh? That's about standard.
Yeah.
$14 for a.
But that's happy. Is that happy hour
yeah,
pricing?
it's like a happy hour special.
Yeah, that's not great for a happy hour.
Looks like a nice place.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam says Dawn looks great. Not Nick and Greg, not so much.
Not so much.
I had 3 hours of sleep. I'm shot.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
No nap yesterday.
Oh, for God's sake.
I mean, the sacrifices that I make
Sacrifice
on a daily basis.
It's unbelievable.
And he's saying to Kristen, I can't take the girls to dance.
I couldn't even take the garbage out last night. I was white.
For God's sake.
I walked in at 9:30. I said, I got to do the show sheet. Nobody bother me.
I woke up before my alarm this morning. Like, I was ready to go.
Woo-hoo.
I was ready to go. Now I'll crash today.
Yeah.
But
You ever notice that when you get 3-4 hours of sleep and you expect to be tired, you wake up before your alarm or right on time and you feel great?
Exactly.
But then the crash comes later.
It's all psychosomatic because you go to bed, you're like, oh my God, I only have this many hours, or I only have that many hours. So it's in your head. So that's why you wake up earlier. You're constantly waking up. And then you wake up, you're like, that wasn't so bad.
But Dawn, you're used to this. You typically only get, 4 hours, 5 hours?
Like 5, but then I crash on usually Thursday.
Right. You're up doing
Thursday,
a late night show with Larry on the couch while you watch Hannity and.
No, Thursday I go home and I sleep. You know what I mean? You're like a dog in the kitchen. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
because you know the finish line's almost there. I get it.
Kanye West did an interview with Piers Morgan last night.
Speaking of anti-Semitism.
This guy.
Maybe the guy that was on the Stu Peters show is going to end up producing the Kanye West podcast.
Peters. Isn't Stu Peters a character on South Park or
I don't
one
know.
of those
Yeah,
crazy
there is
shows?
a Stu guy out there. Yeah, I can't think of the show, but you're on to something.
Not Stu Gatz or Stu Nod.
No.
Right.
Not those two guys.
This guy, Tony. I want to grab him through the TV. Oh God, horrible things he says. Get off. And this guy goes on his podcast like it's no big deal. Yeah, sorry.
The Anti-Defamation League lists Stu Peters as a far-right conspiracy theorist, radio show host, Christian nationalist, and prolific anti-Semite.
Yeah.
That's how they list him.
Great.
I hear that he's up for the Pope. I think when we see smoke tonight for the first time, that's because tonight's the first vote on the Pope.
It is.
Yeah.
And tonight there will either be black smoke.
Are you in the
or
running,
white
Tony?
Smoke.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I would go straight to hell before I would become the Pope. I more want to become the Pope of Greenwich Village or the Pope of 13th and Mifflin. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the Pope. You know what I mean?
How many votes do you think it will take? Will this be less than what Kevin McCarthy had to deal with 2 years ago?
There will be fewer votes than Kamala Harris got in the 2020 primary.
Oh, wow. Look at Tony coming in with a shot.
How dare they?
Kanye West walked off the set of the interview with Piers Morgan because Piers Morgan got his Twitter followers wrong. The amount of Twitter followers he has, he got it wrong.
Fobbed off.
So he walked off. Roll this.
I watch what you put out on X. You got 32 million followers, so you're one of the most followed people.
See, wait. Now look right now. You're not gonna take inches off my, bro. Like, how many followers do I have?
Well, how many is it?
I think you could do the study. You got a whole staff over there.
I thought it was 32 million. How many is it? You obviously know.
I mean,
it matters.
No, I mean, don't help them out. They.
I'm told it's 33 million now. So congratulations. You're slightly bigger following than I thought.
No, congratulations. Your information is correct. You're not just some dude trying to sub. I'm a gift, bro. You know what I mean? Why do all you people in media act like you haven't played my songs at your weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born? You take somebody that's living like a
Your music's not that
Lennon,
great, bro.
a Michael Jackson, and you just take all this time to just
Michael Jackson.
That nuance right there. It's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I
With
put
all
out.
due
There's just
respect,
so many,
what are you talking about? I haven't said anything.
What are you talking about? It's dirty. Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
Literally, you said it. You implied I haven't played your music. Of course I played your music.
No, sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay.
And he's gone.
Takes the European.
Who's the guy next to him?
That's
on that veranda.
That's his bro.
Yeah, his personal
Oh, okay.
handler. Yeah, I mean, you talk about a guy that is literally, and maybe he's always been insane, and just I think what is it, Kim or whoever.
His ex-wife
says, he's off his medicine or whatever is the claim.
Oh,
You talk about a guy that, I don't know who's gone down quicker, him or Antonio Brown. I mean, two guys that just nuked their entire existence.
And Antonio Brown is at least funny on Twitter. He does the cracker of the day. He has some clever stuff going on there, you know, and white people are begging to be the cracker of the day.
Well,
so at least he
Donald
has some
Trump. Donald Trump Jr. was honored to be named Cracker of the Day and said so.
I mean, seriously, what has Kanye done since the whole Kim Kardashian family thing? Seriously, the guy's nuts.
He's wearing KKK hoods and swastikas.
And it's always he's either wearing a mask, and I'm not talking a COVID mask. Like he wears like a full luchador wrestling mask to cover his entire head, or he's got the sunglasses in the hood. It's almost like he doesn't want to be identified, but of course we all know who he is. Now, what was the context of this about anti-Semitism?
I'm not sure.
What exactly led to Piers Morgan wanting to book Kanye?
I'm not sure. I mean, because he knew he would get a moment like that. That's why.
Wow.
Fobbed off.
Yeah.
Just so you know, with Kanye West, he reportedly had bipolar disorder.
Yeah.
Shocking.
And that was the report for years. And people had said after his mom's tragic death in 2007 that he had gotten worse and worse over the years. But I did not realize in February of this year, just a few months ago, he had done an interview where he said he has autism, that he's on the spectrum, that he does not have bipolar. I'm just reporting that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no chance.
Go yourself.
John Fetterman is speaking out now against the New York Magazine article.
Yep.
It's funny now. All of a sudden, when the tables are turned, now all of a sudden he says, "This is one source. We don't know. These are disgruntled employees." Let's start. He was asked, "This is sideways."
I actually prefer seeing Fetterman sideways.
You can't crop that, Philip. No,
He looks better that way.
All right.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go east to west across your radio dial.
So we have this where somebody got him outside the Capitol, and then we have an actual interview where he sat down with Manu Raju. But first, let's roll this.
Yeah, no one's ever seen that. It's a one source story with a couple anonymous sources. Hit piece from a very left publication.
Wow.
There's really nothing more to say about that.
He said he was worried that you're not taking your medications. Are you taking your medications, sir?
Again, a hit piece, anonymous source.
Yeah, this is what we referenced yesterday in the beginning of the show, and it's amazing. You get a couple of common sense viewpoints on some major issues, and then the outlets that prop you up all the time, like New York Magazine, they turn on you, man. Yep.
Sounds like Trump, doesn't he? Or know what I mean?
That was the first thing I said. It was it's a liberal publication, one source, fake news. I was like, what?
Where have you heard that?
What's happening here?
Yep.
He sat down with CNN's Manu Raju and got into a little bit more about his mental health. Roll it.
It's just a disgruntled group of people, and there's only one there. So
So that's the same thing. There's no new news involved for this.
The individual is a former chief of staff who has said that he's concerned about your well-being, which is why he went public. What do you say to someone like him who's concerned about? He says he's concerned about your personal well-being.
It's like no, he's had a weird grudge, and he has threatened to do this for quite a while. And if you're really concerned about someone, you could say, hey, let's sit down. Can we talk? It's not like going to the media, and that's why somebody that has an agenda. It's like a hit piece.
So you've been public about your struggles with depression, and you had a prescription regimen of drugs to take in the aftermath of your time. Have you been keeping up with that, taking your medication?
I want to. My doctors are like, John is great, and I am on all of the plan that it's always been, and it's incredibly invasive. And why are people talking about anyone's personal medical things? It's that, I think most people would agree that's really, really invasive.
Can you explain what happened with those driving incidents? There was a reckless driving incident last year, and there was something in the concern in the article about you driving, getting behind the wheel.
No, it's like there's no news. There's no news on those things. It was an accident.
You fully plan to serve your full term here in the Senate?
Come on, of course. That's obviously. Everybody understands I was treated for depression.
The cover, if you don't know the story that we're talking about, I've got it right here. New York Magazine. It's titled All by Himself. John Fetterman insists he's in good health, but staffers past and present say they no longer recognize the man that they once knew. And we gave you a further context of it. I will say, and I'll reiterate what I said a few days ago, he sounds much better than he did the last couple of years when he was recovering from it. Is he ever going to be 100%? I think the answer is no, but he claims that his doctors say he's fine, he's doing what he needs to do. This does seem, and I'm not trying to defend Fetterman here, but this sounds like bitter, sour grapes from past staffers. We see it all the time. Somebody leaves the Trump administration or leaves Kamala Harris's, entourage, and then they start chirping. Put your name to it, stop hiding behind conditions of anonymity and all the other nonsense. Mm-hmm. Put it out there.
To me, it looks like, remember, at first he didn't know what he was doing, and then he won the election, and then people were, this guy's lost it, and then he had the machine that helped him when he walked around. Now his own people are turning it. Supposedly his wife is ripping him, and I think this is because of his steadfast defense of Israel. I think the fact that he is unwavered in his support for Israel is why people are turning against him. Because a lot of his members of his party are anti-Israel. They're anti-Semites. The people that we're seeing now emerge, we've seen them emerge on college campuses. We see it at Temple. The anti-Semitism crowd still has a strong voice. Look what's going on out of the University of Washington and all these other college campuses. There's still anti-Semitism rearing its ugly head all over the place, and now they're turning on Fetterman, the guy that was praised first that he was capable and should be in the Senate, and now all of a sudden he shouldn't be in the Senate. They never said this to Joe Biden when it was obvious that he was on medication, and he had to hide in Delaware every weekend so no one could see who was going in and what was going on inside the house. Yeah, a log of who went and who came and went. So that's the problem. Look, I'm no Fetterman fan, but you got to give the guy credit. He stands by his convictions. And now the fact that he does, now he's going to have people going against him and telling him he's unfit to serve. Yeah. The same media that didn't say that Joe Biden was unfit to serve are now all of a sudden saying John Fetterman is unfit to serve. It's ridiculous.
Or Nancy Pelosi or Dianne Feinstein or any of the other fossils in Congress or in the Senate. What's also fascinating about this is today's May 7th. We're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of October 7th of 2023. And a lot of people believe Shapiro was passed over. Dawn has called it the Pennsylvania Passover for vice president because of his Jewish heritage. It's amazing that we might approach not only the 2 governor races here in 2025, but midterms in 2026. And even, I know it's down the road, but the general election in 2028 and the Israel-Palestine divide within the Democrat Party could be their unhinging and their undoing 5 years later from that awful tragedy.
Also, let's not forget who John Fetterman is, by the way, because he voted to let dudes play in women's sports.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So,
he's got progressive views as well.
Yeah. He's he's on the wrong side of a lot of
Yes.
issues. It just so happens that he's on the correct side of the Israel issue.
Oh boy, if you don't have the Ilhan Omar view of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, you are dead to that party.
And speaking of which, what is President Trump's very, very big announcement that he keeps teasing? And is it an announcement of some kind of a peace deal, either with regard, because he's headed to the Middle East?
Yes.
So is it the Middle East,
Funny
or
you
is
say
it
that.
Russia,
Yes.
or what?
Somebody asked
Tariffs?
us. Somebody asked us that last night at Politics and Pints, and I think some of the consensus was something with India, correct? And I was going to say something with Israel, and I never got the chance to jump in on that. But I think it could be something Middle East wise. I think you're onto something, Dawn.
Or maybe it's all of the above. I mean, wouldn't that be incredible if they get the deal done with Israel and ending that and bringing the hostages home, or both with Ukraine, Russia,
Or he's going to build a golf course on Gaza,
or tariffs?
and I get the first tee shot.
By the way, somebody
Yes.
posted a GIF. I'm sure the Democrats will turn on it now, of Alcatraz with a Trump Tower casino on it, and so that now the media is going to go after them with the Pope thing. That people think that Trump comes up with these memes where he's the Pope, and they go crazy over it for 2 days.
Yeah.
Now the one with Trump having a casino on Alcatraz Island is Trump's idea.
Yep.
What exactly is so? Just because forgive my naivete on this, Don Sensen, you're probably the best person to answer this. So it's the first vote to name the new pope.
Yes.
What does that mean if they don't reach a consensus? That
And
it
they
goes
go back.
Okay.
So they go back,
But they
until
have to
reach
put
it.
smoke every night. As
Okay.
of today,
Yep.
you're looking for white smoke.
Gotcha.
There's 200
not white snake.
Yeah. There's 252 total cardinals worldwide, 133 cardinal electors, and 117 non-voting cardinals. And the cardinal electors, 40% come from Europe, 10% North America, 3% Middle East, North Africa, 18% Asia Pacific. And apparently they burn the ballots. That's what creates the smoke.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes. I thought only Democrats destroyed ballots.
No, Hillary Clinton they used to smoke and fire, put them on fire, and then you would see the smoke, and then she had the bleach bit and the hammers
In the
and stuff.
basement.
But you're right. Tonight it'll be smoke watch.
Yes.
Because tonight is the first vote in the conclave. There was a movie that won an Oscars, and that movie's on now for free, and I still don't want to watch it. The Conclave.
Me neither. Me neither.
But every night during the vote, they will put smoke up. If it's black smoke, that means there's no pope. If it's white smoke, then that means there'll be a new white snake video, and you don't want that smoke. And then the Pope will get up and say, "You don't want any of this smoke."
My sources have told me that both Scott Pressler and Linda Kearns have landed at the conclave to ensure Pope voting integrity.
They need a 2/3 majority. That's what's required for the election of a new pontiff, and this is the College of Cardinals, and they meet beginning today.
Okay.
Elie Mystal says that he would not care if he was shot by someone who was in the country illegally.
You know, it's before we play this, and I know you've had this for a day or two.
A couple days.
The amount of things he says that enrage me are just off the charts, but I almost can't take him seriously just watching and looking at him.
He's Q-tip. He's a human Q-tip.
The hair, I feel like it's Don King's hair on Joy Reid's body. But go ahead.
By the way, full disclosure, I sat next to him on a Acela train a couple months ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was a very nice guy. Like, we didn't really talk politics, and we didn't really talk at all because you guys know me, and I don't want to talk to anybody.
No, you don't even want to talk to us.
Now, did you talk pints in politics last night, Greg? I mean,
no,
how many
he didn't.
How many pints versus how many political opinions were expressed by you?
I was actually stunned to see him still downstairs in the powder room when we wrapped up. I figured he would have been long gone.
No, that's not true. I wanted, look, I'm the brand manager here. It's my job to make you guys shine, not myself. I
thought he should have introduced us all and kind of moderated it, but he wanted no parts of it.
No, not that I wanted no parts of it. I'm trying to step back a little bit, guys.
Out of
Step
the
back.
spotlight.
Yeah.
Step back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not. I'm not
a
brand manager who wants the spotlight. Okay. By the way, guys, another good month. Exactly. What's that, Dawn?
I did announce you and say, big hand, you got a ton of applause.
Yeah.
And everybody's
Yes.
like, "Where?" But he was the
true.
man in the shadows.
Were you surprised by that, Dawn? I was expecting a cavalcade of booze.
No.
Booze?
Yeah.
No.
No.
And
If people
not liquor, just booze for Stalker, as in you suck.
By the way, if people didn't like me, the show wouldn't get record ratings.
That's
you know what I
right.
mean?
Wow,
Like come on.
Look at this guy.
No. I don't mean that as myself. I just mean it
you're
like
a part of it. You're a third of it.
you know what I'm talking fast. about. You know what I'm talking about.
I
Although
just,
there
I
were
just thought the crowd would heckle you a little more. I got to be honest.
there were a lot of Greg Stalker Sucks shirts.
Yes.
GregStalkerSucks.com shirts.
And how about the two gentlemen, Shafe and the other individual, sitting front row with the red and a blue separate T-shirts with the politics and
Yeah.
pints, the backdrop.
Yep.
That was screen printed on shirts.
By the way, it on the back of it said GregStalkerSucks.com.
That's right.
So thank you.
Now,
for
did
that.
you do the doubleheader, the pub and the theater? How many people did both?
Oh,
The day-night doubleheader.
A lot of people did both. A lot of people. We packed. Tony, you won't be shocked to know this. This is a little inside baseball, but I don't care. If you want to tune out. That's fine with me. We packed the pub better than the sports station did the day before. Would you be shocked to hear that, Tony?
No, not at all. I love that area up there.
Yeah.
I've been to that pub many times. I've been to the theater. That area is great. Phoenixville, that whole area is beautiful up there.
It is.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Exactly. Okay.
Exactly.
Getting back to activist Elie Mystal saying that he would not care if he was shot by someone who was in the country illegally, and he hopes his kids know that. Roll it.
Why do I care what their status was when they committed the crime? If you can prove they committed a crime. I say in the book, if I get shot, if I get murdered by an undocumented immigrant, please tell my children I did not care that they were undocumented.
Right. Wow.
So your death, which could have been a preventable tragedy, you do not care. Because if they are vetted, if they are prevented from coming in, if they go about going through the legal protocol to become a citizen, you're probably alive. So you're fine with terrorists, cartel members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua. Just let my kids know I did not care.
But
what a goof.
But wouldn't you want your kids to know that your death could have been prevented if said person wasn't in the country illegally?
Yes.
Like
Exactly.
I feel like my child should know that and be like, hey, this person was in the country illegally.
Right. It's like a judge. It's like a judge letting somebody out of prison in the United States of America prematurely, and then that person is the recidivism rate in this country is over 50%. This person offends again and kills you, and I sit there and say, don't blame it on the judge, girls. I want you to know Daddy's not mad that a left-wing activist judge let a person with 47 priors out on bail after 6 hours in the joint when I could still be alive today if they actually pursued justice. You kidding me? But that's your
It's
life,
a good
Ellie.
thing Elie Mystal doesn't spend a lot of time in Philadelphia because he might get shot randomly. And then what would he tell his kids if he was hit with a gang fight
Well, that's a
and he
good point.
accidentally got shot like we're seeing young kids get shot all over the city, 1-year-olds and 5-year-olds being shot in random gunfire.
Yeah.
What would he tell? First of all, you can't tell your kids who killed you because you're dead. End of story.
Yes, exactly. But judging on the track record of commentary that I have consumed from Elie Mystal, the only one that he would want his kids to know about is if a police officer killed me for a routine traffic stop, let my kids know.
7, Phil.
Loser.
This Cape Cod daycare was busted for hiding an illegal alien who ran away from Brazil's court after he raped a 13-year-old. A daycare.
Jeez, and I thought Dawn's news was disheartening.
Sorry, guys. I go where the news takes me.
Yes, you do.
Roll this news report.
She was hiding a secret.
13 anos em Minas Gerais. Tiago Lucas, de 30.
Andre Tiago Lucas is the reported father of Nunez's children. ICE says he was sentenced to 9 years of prison for the rape of a 13-year-old girl in his home country of Brazil.
Nothing surprises me anymore. Do I find it wrong? 100% wrong.
We shared our findings with Worcester County Sheriff Lou Evangelitis, an outspoken supporter of immigration reform in Massachusetts.
But the idea that someone has been documented that a Brazilian national, fled the country because they were convicted for rape of a 13-year-old, and could come to Massachusetts and not only disappear into the fabric of Massachusetts, but actually be living in a home that was a daycare center for young people. That's terrifying.
Records show EEC inspected the home daycare 5 times, but according to the agency, they saw no evidence of Lucas living there.
These violent offenders are living right here amongst us, and many of us are oblivious to the fact. That's scary.
And Massachusetts, I've said this before, guys, Massachusetts may have, and there's a lot of states with a lot of dumb people who kept getting reelected. Massachusetts at every level, from the governor to the U.S. senators, to the state senators, to the local mayors, every single part of Massachusetts seems to have the dumbest people running it. And here in Philadelphia, we may have the dumbest people when the DA's election happens very soon. Because if they reelect Larry Krasner and the Inquirer actually endorsed him again, we'll see how dumb, because people won't go out to vote this year. And that's how Larry Krasner is going to win. They will not go out and vote. And that's happened twice in Philadelphia. And that seems to happen a lot in Massachusetts and other states that are just overrun with people who don't care about the law unless it's illegal immigrants.
To your point, Massachusetts might be the California of the East Coast. To your point.
You're probably right.
And speaking of that, we had that Lady Gaga story about the guy that was trying to detonate or blow up and kill 2 million people. The New York Post, yesterday, the New York Post said the suspected terrorist accused of planning to kill fans at Lady Gaga's concert has been identified as an illegal immigrant, and he was recently deported from the United States.
Wow.
This guy that wanted to kill 2 million people in one setting was right here in our country.
But was deported.
Wow.
New York Post.
Did he get his due process at least?
I don't know. Tony, I think
he's
he's a Maryland man, too. He's a father.
Is he a Maryland dad?
He's a
was
Maryland
that guy
dad.
up in Massachusetts with the 13-year-old girl who was hiding and nobody knew? Was he a dad too?
Yes, he was a dad of one of the daycare workers. Or was married to one of the daycare workers. Had kids.
And by the way, MM1 says New York and New Jersey are vying for that title. Absolutely, New Jersey is a disaster area with the energy prices, and New York State is enough. But New York State's always been a disaster.
Do you
the
think
people there just don't care? People who live in New York just don't care. They walk around, they go to the coffee shops, they get flowers, they get, and they love New York. And New York's a great place, but they have some numbskulls there, too.
Tony, early prediction from you on May 7th at 8:23 in the morning. If you had to bet, do you think New Jersey goes red or you think it stays blue?
I have no idea. New Jersey's not going red.
Wow.
They're not going red.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you.
I agree, too.
Dawn's the only optimist here.
I'd love to see Jack Ciattarelli win. I'm going to say
let the
advantage.
primary
He talks too fast, though. He's got to slow down. Jack talks too fast.
Let the primary process play out there, Kayal. What's wrong with you?
Exactly.
But it's Mikey Sherrill. I think it'll be Ciattarelli against Mikey Sherrill. And like I've said, she's one of those people. She's like that candidate. If AI created a candidate with her military background, she's a mom of 4 kids. She's considered a moderate Democrat. So I think she's a very tough opponent to beat.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but if everybody comes out to vote, I think you should keep hope alive.
If you're a Republican, you want more left-wing progressive candidates. You don't want them to slide back to the moderate, the Mikey Sherrills of the world. That's a tougher battle for the Republican, whether you're run-of-the-mill Republican or a MAGA Trump Republican. We talked about that last night. Rich made a great point. Stark contrast between the two identities, if you want to call it that, within the Republican Party. So I agree with you, Don.
Tom Homan was on Fox News last night.
When is he not?
Yeah,
but you know what? He's performing. So
he's on every show. Tom Homan will go on. He'll go on that Richie Stu Peters podcast if they invited him.
Tom Homan on Sanctuary Cities and Philadelphia. I assume is still one. Cut 25, Phil. Roll it. 25. There you go.
Law enforcement officer, you're much more dangerous to an unarmed civilian.
No, they'll have a knife at your throat in 2 seconds. What's your message to those 3 illegals? I hate the word migrant, by the way. I don't even want to use it. They're illegal aliens. Okay, That's what they are.
Well, they are.
But the 3 of them who are still on the loose, your message to them tonight?
We're coming for them. And these are the type, I want to explain something. These are the type of people that AOC brags while I'm educating people to their constitutional rights. We all know what she's doing. She's educating illegal alien criminals how to invade law enforcement. But now I'm going to do a little education myself. You don't want to open the door. You don't want to answer a question. You don't want to help us with the travel documents and get you removed. That's a violation of Title 8, United States Code 1253. It is a crime, and we're going to start prosecuting those crimes tomorrow. So if you got a final order and you want to hinder your removal, you want to put roadblocks up and not cooperate, you want to hide, you want to not open the door, then the agency's going to start prosecuting you criminally. Then after you get out of jail from that prosecution, then we'll deport you. Game's over. We're going to look for these public safety threats, and we're going to take them off the streets in New York and every other sanctuary city. As a matter of fact, every sanctuary city, we're going to triple the workforce. We're going to flood the zone with officers. If we can't arrest them in the jail, we'll arrest them in the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we'll arrest them at their work site. We're going to triple work site enforcement operations. We're going to flood the zone. We're going to take these public safety threats off the streets with your help or without your help.
Yeah, flood that zone. Yes, every time Tom Homan talks, I flood my shorts. Love that man.
By the way, in that video in New York with these young gang members that they're calling, what they done, little devils or something. There's a basketball during this ruckus in New York in Times Square. A basketball appears, and the 76ers are still in Cancun, so they couldn't have been there. We can now say that the 76ers were not involved in that incident involving a random basketball appearing during a gang throwdown in New York City the other day.
That is correct. The Sixers have been ruled out as suspects. Exonerated. I'll tell you what's really disgusting about that video. If you were watching the video, forget Homan and stiff face on the left side of the screen.
She doesn't move. She doesn't move her lips at all.
Like this.
I hate
this segment sponsored by Botox.
I hate the term. I hate the term illegal alien. I hate the term migrant.
Alien. Tom, I'd talk over you, but I just can't move my lips that much, and my jaw's a little stiff. But I don't have TMJ because I have beautiful veneers because I make a lot of money to read for 1 hour. Anyway.
I said New York City is where it happened. There was a basketball there. But, a lot of people go to New York for recreation and
look at the disrespect, though, in the video for the officers. Yeah.
I know. They don't care.
10 and 12-year-olds. I mean, the cops are chasing after them. Like they stole candy from the local convenience store.
I'm telling you guys. I know this might be an unpopular thing to say, but like at 12, if they're doing this, there's no redemption for them.
Probably not.
Gas chamber.
Firing squad.
Why not? We can't do that.
Why? Yes, we can.
There's not enough natural gas. We need to start getting natural gas imports back in there. We have to drill, baby, drill. We need to get the LNG out of the ground. We need to, whatever we need to do, we got to do it. But don't use electric, because you saw the story in Massachusetts and New Jersey. Everybody's electric bills are going up. You know why? Because they're not using gas anymore for their air conditioning units and their heat pumps. They're using electric. And the electric prices are through the roof in all these states, and people are complaining because electric is what they want, but electric they don't have enough of because they don't want to use gas instead. And that's the thing. That's the problem. Everybody's being forced to use electric, and then there's not enough, so they have to charge you more to generate electricity.
And New Yorkers are just so stupid because they're going to vote and they're going to elect Andrew Cuomo. I mean, the guy went from being a disaster as the governor of New York. He will be your next mayor, and you're going to go from Eric Adams to this guy, and hardly anything is going to change. Hardly a damn thing.
Moxie Floxen says a 12-year-old can still be redeemed. And not doing this, they can't. They can't. I'm sorry. They can't.
I hold out hope for a 12-year-old versus a 27-year-old, but at this point, at this day and age, seeing this in these big cities, these are all lost causes, man.
So you guys are against firing squads on 12-year-olds?
Yeah, I'm going to hold off on that for a little bit, sir.
All right. Just saying. I said I knew it was an unpopular opinion.
I would rather just force them to watch Laura Ingraham for an hour.
All right, we have to break.
It's better than watching Sean Hannity for an hour, trust me.
That's why I only watch the 5. All right, Kayal and Company, take a quick break. Bruno's going to stay with us 1 hour from now. Our Veteran Spotlight brought to you by Window Nation as we roll on a Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Mustard.
Oh, yeah. Coming in heavy and hot, 8:35, live on a Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. It's a What Up Wednesday. That means Tony Bruno is with us, about 55 minutes away from another edition of our Veteran Spotlight, where we honor and salute some of our heroes. Today, we have Republican Pennsylvania Senator. How about that? First time that we've kind of crossed over between vet spotlight into politics, Tracy Pennycook will be joining us, 24th District, Montgomery and Berks County. So looking forward to that. But actually, we have to get to this story because this is perfect timing to have Tony to have the update as we go back to the Delco Pooper story. And Greg Stucker, if you want to refresh everybody's memory.
Yeah, the Delco Pooper, for those of you who don't know, she got into a road rage incident where she followed a car, I don't know, cut her off or something. She got in front of the car, got out of her car, went in front of the said car that she was having issues with, dropped her pants, and defecated on said car.
I can freaking smell it.
And once she was arrested by the Delco police. I know it's not the Delco police, but that's what I'm calling them. And this is what she said. Roll this.
Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me and I asked her not to attack me.
What'd you eat that
She
day?
chased you? I have a sickness. You said she chased you? Yeah, she chased me. And I got out and begged her to stop. Listen to her side of the story.
So,
got nothing better to do.
Oh, the accent. And we do have an update. So that is 40.
You have a Delco Pooper update?
That is
Delco Pooper
correct,
update,
sir.
yeah.
The 44-year-old.
Wasn't the Swiss cheese bandit from Delco, the legendary Swiss cheese bandit, does she now surpass the Swiss cheese bandit in local lore?
I think so, because usually these stories disappear. So the fact that we do have an update is amazing. It's 44-year-old Christina Solometto. She has been charged, as some of you know, with disorderly conduct, indecent exposure, criminal mischief, harassment, and depositing waste on the highway.
Depositing waste.
Now, this gets better.
Yep.
The news of the Delco Pooper's arrest is out there, and thanks to a reporter at the Philadelphia Magazine, we now know even more about her, and she is not just a viral shooting star.
Oh, boy.
She is also reportedly an OnlyFans specialist with an Yes. And she has an OnlyFans account dedicated to fetish content.
Oh, God, no.
Oh,
Yes.
man.
Yes. So, according to this report, Philadelphia Magazine, which now this story was reaggregated by Outkick, she goes by the name of Christina Scheithed, and the reporter for Philadelphia Magazine.
Scheithed?
Scheithed, that's right.
Isn't that German for poop? Or that's Scheitze or something like that. I don't know.
Or shite head. So the reporter said that after reaching out to her, that he received a call from her Facebook account under the name Christina M. Scheithed, which there's also an Instagram account for, and evidently that is her chosen name on social media. So the reporter apparently had questions for Solometto about her OnlyFans, which he says she runs under the name Neen, N-E-E-N. And it appears to be a foot fetish oriented, based on the bio that in part states, Neen here, and I would love to show you my pretty toes, decorated with your favorite color nail polish.
Ooh.
Now, the bio also leaves open the possibility of special requests. So he had to ask if, given the nature of her clean pooping abilities, she did anything like that. And the quote is, regarding your OnlyFans account, I know that some women on OnlyFans specialize in, well, scatological porn.
Ugh.
Given the events of your week, I was wondering if that's something you delve into, the Philadelphia Magazine reporter asked the accused Delco Dumper. And she responds
Delco
saying,
Dumper,
that's
yeah.
correct. She responds, quote, you want me to effing poop on you? I'm cleaning that language up, by the way.
Thank you.
She
Thank
goes, I want $5,000 and I'm bringing my bodyguard.
Wow.
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 Tony Bruno,
she
your
should move
thoughts?
she should move to San Francisco. She'd be the mayor of like San Francisco. She's the poop capital of the world.
Yes.
She could poop on demand. Guess how much money? Imagine how much money she could make in San Francisco as the poop queen.
Yes.
Oh,
That'd be
my
awesome.
Lord.
So not only a defecator, but a capitalist.
We are a sick society, by the way.
Yes. $5,000. And she comes with armed protection.
Wow.
She might have better protection than Christy Nome at a D.C. restaurant.
She has a great personality, though. Seeing her while being waltzed in the cuffs to the police car, I mean, you can tell there's a certain vibrance about her.
Yes.
I mean, that's a gift.
That's
a gift.
Yeah, some people
Kanye
have that.
said Kanye said he's a gift.
Yeah.
This woman is a gift, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, Jimmy Kelly was fielding a lot of disgruntled calls back there by the fact that I said a 12-year-old is not redeemable. So if you didn't hear me before, clean your ears out, and I'll say it again. A 12-year-old who does something like that happened in New York is not redeemable, okay? I don't care what religion you are. I'm not religious, so it doesn't affect me at all. So, again, if you have issues with that, great, but a 12-year-old who does that to police officers is not redeemable.
One more time for the people in the back,
end.
Greg.
Sorry. Sorry, yes, Dawn?
That's why these gangs start young.
Yeah.
That's why they go after these, and that's why the schools and the communities are so critical, because they know they start recruiting these kids when they're 8 years old.
Yep.
And so the fact that, think about what supersized all of this, the pandemic and banning, we talk about bans all the time, trans and this and that. We banned American children. We banned them from the classroom. And so there they were, easy pickings, like chub in the water for these gangs. It's sickening.
Is the Delco defecator redeemable? Can she be rehabilitated, Greg?
Rehabilitate? I mean, yeah, yes, of course. I'm talking about violent offenders.
I know.
I'm talking about men that do things to children, like stuff like women who do things to children. Anybody who does things to like that type of stuff. People have disregard for life.
Can I give
for humans, for police officers. They're not redeemable. End.
And I'm going to back you up here for a moment.
Thank you.
Because I just looked up some stats here. As far as recidivism rates go, higher rate than older offenders. Children first sentenced between 10 and 12 years old have a higher reoffending rate than those first sentenced at 19 or 20 years old.
Thank you.
One study also confirms a 6-year reoffending rate of 86% for those first sentenced between the ages of 10 and 12, which is more than double, 42%, the rate of those first sentenced at 19 or 20. So for all the people calling Jimmy Kelly, how about you look up some stats? And by the way, don't challenge me on this one, because I've got my degree in criminal justice. I learned it too at the great institution of Temple University before anti-Semitism run amok.
Gosh.
Before they started opening bars with table service. We never had bottle service at Temple. The only bottle was a bottle of Ortlieb's, a quart that we would get and sit on the corner at Broad and Erie, waiting to go to the Phillies game at Shibe Park, Connie Mack Stadium back in the day.
I was just lucky to have $8 in my pocket to go to Richie's Deli for a buffalo chicken wrap on a Friday.
This woman.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about these kids. It's not that kids aren't redeemable, but when you have children who have no parental guidance, you don't know where their parents are from, you don't know where they're from, and they're out in the middle in New York, assaulting cops. Who's going to take them under their wings? And you're not going to put them in a criminal. You're not going to put them in some rehabilitation center, because most of these kids are not from here. A lot of these kids are not even from the country.
Exactly.
So who's going to take care of them and help them grow up to be productive members of society? That's the question. Can you do that? Can it be done?
Yeah.
Cartels that brought them here to them.
And then CNN will give you fame and
exactly.
fortune. CNN will interview you and get your feelings on being a cartel member.
And by the way, Heaven of One, like, obviously it's in the title of your thing. I respect the fact that you're religious. I understand all of that. I am not. So I'm coming at it from a different spot. I don't believe that these people are redeemable.
Well, there's also a difference, too, not to get too deep.
You're a better person than I am. I don't care.
There's a difference
I'm a horrible human. I know that.
But there is a difference in, redeeming somebody or restoring somebody's status in society and rehabilitation versus, the religious perspective of forgiveness. There's a major difference there. You can sit there and forgive somebody and also think that they're doomed later in life.
Speaking of forgiving, can we go to the Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf thing? I wanted to get to this yesterday, and I never did. I wrongly said this minister was the lawyer for Carmelo Anthony. He is not. He's like the spiritual advisor and the spokesperson. I don't know. If you guys remember, Carmelo Anthony's family held a press conference, and Austin Metcalf's father, who is, I believe, a religious person, has said that he does not have ill will in his heart towards the child or the person who killed his son.
Yes, he's been forgiving from day one. The mom is very angry still.
So this dad showed up at this press conference, and apparently Carmelo Anthony's family and their spokespeople have had a huge issue with the father showing up at this press conference, which I think is completely misguided.
Mm-hmm.
This whole thing is misguided too because, again, I if this happened to my child, I would seethe with rage and I would want death, death and punishment.
Yeah.
This person's a better man than I am, I guess. I don't know, but he's coming at it from a different spot. But roll this.
Let me say this. The Anthony family didn't even know that Austin's dad was even in the facility. They didn't know that Austin's dad was here until he was actually removed by DPD. One of our security people asked him to move back. He looked back at him like he was entitled or like he didn't have to move, whatever it may be. We didn't even know who he was at this time.
So?
We just asked him to step back. Then one of the members of the media told us that, hey, that's the dad. I said, the dad of who? Who? What? He was like, yeah, that's Austin's dad. I said, I know you lying. Like, what? He can't be here. And so what we initiated is making sure that we secured the facility. Let me make this very clear. The Anthony family didn't even know he was here. But how do we know what he came here for? He didn't come and asked or come to us and said. He just stood there. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if we started the press conference. And I'm not accusing him of anything. We didn't know if he was going to pull out a gun. We didn't know what we didn't know.
Like you're suspecting.
But at the end of the day, what we just wait and just say, oh man, just let's start the press conference. We didn't pat anybody down coming in the facility.
All right.
We didn't look at everybody. We didn't know.
Pause, Ray. I'm salivating at that. So you're holding a public press conference in a public space, and the deceased child, the 17 or 18-year-old Austin Metcalf, his father is there for the first one. I don't know if there was a subsequent follow-up or not that he attended. He's got the right to be there. Now, if he's asked to leave by authorities, okay, then maybe you leave. But wait a minute. You didn't know. I mean, he's come out and forgiven the alleged kill. Well, not even alleged. He's admitted to killing him. He said that he did it already. You know, this is amazing. I actually... From what I gather, I have not seen this story make a ton of news in mainstream. I'm not talking local news in Texas. Like, I'm talking MSNBC, CNN, all that stuff. I feel like the other side of the media spectrum, what we do, is covering it more. And I think the mainstream media would cover it more if they thought there was a single angle that they could turn this into the Carmelo Anthony family being the victims here. That's what this group is trying to do, spiritual advisor, attorney, the whole bit. But it's not working. Nobody is taking the bait on this in mainstream media, and I'm glad. I mean, this guy had already admitted to killing Austin Metcalf. It should be an open and shut case. I know the argument is self-defense, but I'm still mystified by all of this story from the standpoint of not one person has visual video evidence of this. How is that possible?
By the way, all you have to do is there have been searches for this Dominique Alexander guy who now is playing this, spiritual advisor. The guy's got a rap sheet longer than the Sansom Street bar where the Barstool people go in and have bottle service on Saturday nights. I mean, this guy is a former criminal, and again, maybe he's reformed, but this guy did horrible things.
Shaking and hitting a 2-year-old child of his then girlfriend with an object in 2009.
Exactly. So this guy's now preaching how he's the supreme leader and he's the guy who didn't know that the father of the kid who got killed was in the building. Come on, man. The problem with these stories is there's so many of these, and what's happening now, everybody who plays the victim now, who isn't the victim, just throws up a GoFundMe, and then people who are sympathetic to that side start sending them a lot of money.
Yeah.
So if you have a lot of money to send to people that aren't doing anything good or anything that makes any sense to anybody with a common sense approach, send the money to me so I can finish my home without having to go into bankruptcy and having to have my life savings taken away from me because I'm running out of money.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
it's this whole victimhood culture that has been created in the last 10 years. It's just outrageous. I mean, now you go from this story to Luigi Mangione, who now has a comedy musical made
disgraceful
about him.
Disgraceful.
A guy that executed a corporate CEO at point blank range.
Yeah.
Allegedly. He's the victim, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He's the victim.
The fact
My
that
back
this is
hurts.
sold out, it's sickening.
Yeah.
Did it sell out?
Yeah.
I didn't
San
attend.
Francisco.
San Francisco sold it out. This woman on TikTok, this is 6, says she will shave her head if someone can give her one good reason why trans people should be banned from the military, the Supreme Court ruling yesterday that Nick referenced in his big take this morning.
Get your clippers ready, honey.
Roll this.
I just read a headline and it said that the Supreme Court is upholding Trump's ban.
Can we stop it for a second? Just the level of narcissism around today, with everybody just thinking that they have the most important opinion ever, that they need to rush to their phone and spout crap so all of their fans can see it, and they think they're so clever and funny and witty. It's the level of narcissism is disgusting. Not everything needs to be on Twitter. Thank you.
Yeah.
Only we're allowed to give our opinions.
Yeah. Free speech only exists by those with microphones. The rest of you peons, be quiet.
I believe the free speech of me and my comrades here on 1210 WPHT. Yes,
and 12-year-olds are not redeemable.
Yes, I said comrades. All right, roll this.
In the military. And I have a question. Actually, I have a proposition.
Yes.
Okay? If one person can come in the comments and tell me what is so scary
Big forehead.
about transgender people, I'll shave my head.
Oh, cool.
But it has to be a valid reason, okay? And I'll give you an example of a valid reason. I think you could ban bears from the military, okay? And I would say banning bears from the military would make a lot of sense.
What kind of bear? Polar bear? Black bear?
Bears are
brown bear?
dangerous. Bears don't know if, the person on their side or the person on the other side is the person they're supposed to be eating, okay?
Right.
So they could eat you, your fellow servicemen,
Yep.
by accident, not knowing, okay? A bear is dangerous, okay? That's a valid, dangerous thing. You can be scared of a bear because they might attack you and they might eat you.
Could eat you.
I need a valid reason with facts
Capital V.
backing it up as to why people are so afraid of transgender people. I need it. And I'll shave my head. If there's a really, real valid, it has to be factual. It has to be, I am scared of a bear because a bear can eat me. I am scared of a transgender person because I don't know if they have a penis under their skirt. Like, what is it? What is it? And don't even try to come up here being like a lot of attacks from transgender people onto other people. Because the facts are that's actually just not true. The facts are white men.
White men.
Yeah, there it is.
Attackers.
There it is.
So, anyway, a real fact of why people would be afraid of transgender people and why transgender people shouldn't serve in the military. And I'll shave my head if it's valid. Thank you.
Well, I see a
Just
way.
shave your head and go get in your car and shoot another video after you shave your head. Nobody's afraid of transgender people. Nobody. People are afraid of transgender people, like Dr. Rachel Levine, who now, according to the Supreme Court, can be basically fired from her job, which she got as being a Pennsylvania person who protected her own mother during the pandemic while allowing other people to die in nursing homes. That's the transgender people we're afraid of. Dr. Rachel Levine and people like that put in positions of power to punish people who don't agree with them and punish people that they punished. She punished people in Pennsylvania and then got promoted by Joe Biden to be the national symbol of transgender doctors. That's why those are the kinds of people we don't trust. Most people, not straight people, or doesn't matter what your sexuality is. Dr. Rachel Levine is a phony and is a man pretending to be a woman and got elevated because of that. The same thing with all the other people that Biden put in his administration. The guy with the nuclear waste guy who was stealing people's underwear and luggage. That's why we don't trust some transgender people, because they have proven to themselves, Sam Brinton and these people are mentally disturbed, and they're getting put in positions of power that affect innocent people.
Well, and
those are the people.
That's precisely what Dawn had mentioned about the psychological diagnosis with, Hegseth and the Pentagon as far as this stuff goes is, you're going to be on the front lines in battle. You need to make sure that you're with somebody that is physically and mentally equipped to handle that stage and handle that moment on behalf of the rest of your brothers and sisters out there in battle. I guarantee you she's the same lady that thinks there's probably nothing wrong or there's no advantage of men competing in women's sports, which is clearly not the case. This selective belief in science with biology is staggering to me because we go back to the, trust the science, right? But yet you don't seem to trust biology. You actually believe that there are no inherent advantages that men have physically over most women. Myself and Greg Stock are excluded because Dawn could kick both of our asses. But for the most
I'm tough. How dare you?
I got Dawn. I got Dawn minus 120 according to FanDuel odds. And then on top of it, it looks like too. And this is just now I'm going to get personal and petty. So she's wearing a wedding ring there. Can you imagine being married to that?
Here we go.
Can you imagine sitting there at the dinner table? You're trying to have your little your little chicken parm and your little Caesar salad for dinner, and she feels the urge to prop up her phone next to the sink and go live and spout off nonsense?
Nope.
I would toss the garlic bread right in the trash. I'm out.
All right.
By the way, Rich Cioli, very active. Rich Cioli, our very own, very active, posting a lot of pictures from last night's Pints in Politics.
Yeah.
That's a great backdrop there. Great backdrop.
Thank
on
you.
The set. Who made the set?
Thank you. That was our hard-working promotions team who did a great job last night. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Is Zioli en route to Fox's studio?
Oh, that's right.
Who knows?
Is the limo taking him in?
Where they can once again refer to us as the Philadelphia radio show host.
Talk radio host.
Talk radio host.
Richard
Excuse me.
Zioli.
Yeah, they never give us credit. All right, we have to break. We have more on the other side, though.
All right, final hour of Kayal and Company. More of Bruno, more of the Cut Sheet, Veteran Spotlight. Coming up at 9:30. Stay right there.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you buy windows this spring, you don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows and doors. I'm Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window. We keep it simple. Stress-free estimates, good for 30 days, and we're not staying for dinner. Those big window companies never leave and will do anything to get your money. At Keystone Window, we are different in a good way. Our quality windows are affordable and come with a 50-year warranty, including labor. We don't operate all over the country or use an 800 number that rings at a call center on the other side of the planet like those huge window companies. We are local, and every happy customer means we're getting it right. We offer an honest, everyday low price with 0% financing. We will save you hundreds, if not thousands, on a very warm window. Call today for a free estimate. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guaranteed to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:03, fourth and final hour here on a Wednesday, a What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno, as he joins us every week live from Florida. Continuing on with Greg Stocker's never-ending cut sheet. We've had a nice eclectic variety of stupid comments from stupid people so far. See if we can keep that trend going.
That's what we do here. You guys going to be flying out of Newark anytime soon?
Nope.
No.
Nobody is. You know who else is not at Newark Airport these days?
Who?
The guy who likes to talk about it, who represents Newark, Cory Booker. He's too busy standing up and giving endless speeches. Where's Cory Booker about the Newark Airport disaster up there?
Good point.
It's a great point.
Even Governor Phil Murphy asked for help.
Say it, Dawn. Say it. New Jersey.
By the way, Dawn, I think you played this on your show yesterday, but I wanted to play it today. This is
the audio.
Yeah, this is the. So, where's this clip here? Hang on.
It's got lots of sheets.
And this has a Philadelphia tie because we in Philadelphia are the hub, and there was this copper wire here that is antiquated that
Mhm.
caused this blackout for at least 90 seconds.
And the copper wire has been a big theme. Remember, you were reporting on stories of people stealing copper
Yeah.
wire, correct?
This is cut 17. This is the new audio that reveals the chaotic moment when Newark air traffic controllers suffered a radar blackout. Roll this, Phil.
The breaking news this morning, an update from the FAA, now putting in place a new ground delay at Newark Airport, and with that, we're also getting some new details in about the scary communication breakdown that set off what is now 9 straight days of disruptions at one of the busiest airports in the country. Already today, dozens of flights have been canceled or delayed at Newark. Major airlines like Delta, American, Spirit, all feeling the impact right now. And the FAA says those delays now average more than 2.5 hours. So all of this comes as this new audio has been obtained by CNN, giving us a glimpse into the moments air traffic control lost communication and radar with planes in the air, leaving them essentially flying blind. The incident on April 28th was so traumatic that sources tell CNN at least 5 FAA employees have now taken special government leave to recover from the stress of it. Here's some of that audio where the tower tells one plane that radar is down.
No, you do not have a Bravo clearance. We lost our radar and it's not working correctly. Radar service terminates, squawk VFR, green change approved. If you want a Bravo clearance, you can just call the towers when you get closer.
Okay.
I'll wait for that frequency from you, okay? Okay, no, the squawk VFR, look up the tower frequencies. We don't have a radar, so I don't know where you are.
Oh my God!
I don't know where you are. I can't help. Just don't move.
Can you imagine? You're the
No!
pilot, like, front row.
Could you imagine
What's
being
the vector, Victor? What's the vector, Victor? And then people are jumping out. This is from the movie Airplane.
It 100%
Yeah.
is. You are correct. You are
Airplane.
correct. Yeah.
And then in the back room, you're gonna have Robert Stack come in and smoke this. Looks like I picked a bad week to stop smoking dope, to stop sniffing glue. That's what's going. And Cory Booker, you're the United States Senator representing that.
Yep.
Did you mention the Newark Airport in your 25-minute BS-a-thon a couple of weeks ago? Have you been to the Newark Airport, Cory?
I wish it was just 25 minutes. Unfortunately, it was 25 hours.
And Sean Duffy went up there. Sean Duffy went up there and pointed out what's going on up there.
Yeah.
There's only one person we can blame for this.
Mayor Pete!
I got to blame it on Buttigieg. That's in my contract. I have to blame Buttigieg.
Buttigieg!
Now, on a serious front, though, I actually thought for a long time that human beings and just disgusting, nasty people that are obnoxious and fat and smelly and rude and thinking they own the whole terminal were the biggest issue. Now it might be the airline industry itself, whether it's Frontier or Spirit or Allegiant. Is it the airports themselves? Is it the air traffic control? The whole thing seems just like a disaster, does it not?
Well, it brings us to the point of this. The infrastructure bill under Biden. Where did all that money go? This is part of infrastructure, that copper wire. It should be fiber. It should have been updated. It's antiquated.
Yep.
Where did all that infrastructure money go? Because it was in part the turbines, for example, in New Jersey that are now like duds. That's all done. But where did the infrastructure money go?
It went to some of the bridges that, remember, I believe Mayor Pete said were inherently racist.
Yes.
Remember that explanation?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
We can't have racist bridges.
Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, said that we are going to rebuild the communication systems network at Newark. Roll 19, Phil.
Appreciate it. I guess the first question I have is what's the fix for Newark Airport in the immediate future? Obviously, I know you have plans for improving the situation in the longer term, but right now there's a crisis. What can be done? What will you do?
Yeah, so a couple things. Immediately, we're in the process of bringing together all the airlines that serve Newark and putting them in a room and having a conversation about how they reduce their capacity in Newark. So if you book a flight, you know it's not going to be delayed or canceled. You're actually going to get on that flight and it's going to fly. But that's a coordination that we have to have through the FAA with all those airlines. So the Philly Tracon gives the service to Newark. They're the facility that controls that airspace. We do have some air traffic controllers in training. They've been training for some time. They're ready to come online. That'll be helpful with the shortage that we have there. But Jake, this is an infrastructure problem, right? And we've known this infrastructure problem has existed for a very long time. The last administration knew it. No one has done anything. So for Newark specifically, we're going to rebuild the communication system at Newark. I thought it was going to be 8 months, 6 months. We're pushing to do it faster. Hopefully this summer we get that done. But the key is always safety, right? I don't want people to fly. I'd rather have them delayed or canceled. I'd rather have it take 6 months than 2.5 months to build out the communication system, because I want people to get from point A to point B safely. And again, if they have to wait for a flight, I'll prefer that than something else going wrong with their flight.
Yeah, look. Duffy went on to say in a different clip that it could take 3 to 4 years to have this overhaul completed. If that's Newark, which, by the way, I gave you the stat yesterday, 49 million flights in and out of Newark in 2024 alone. How would you feel flying out of Lehigh Valley International Airport?
Probably safer.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, like, if Newark
Absolutely.
is this bad, what are the little small ones like as far as being outdated?
Or like Trenton.
Or Trenton.
Yeah, well, remember, Nick, you got Newark, you got LaGuardia, you got JFK, all in that same area of New York.
Yep.
So Newark used to be, a lot of people would go to Newark instead of LaGuardia or JFK because it was easier to get in and out of.
Yeah, traffic.
But now Newark, because the government doesn't do, we're still doing, they probably still have AOL in there. They probably still have dial-up.
You've got mail.
In these. Yeah, but so the bipartisan infrastructure bill didn't fix any infrastructure. That's the problem. Nobody knows where that money went, and then they get mad when Doge goes in and tries to find out where all this money went, and nobody knows. And copper wires being stolen everywhere. Copper tubing, people go into homes. People are ripping up boxes with all kinds of copper in it. It's insane because it's expensive. That's what people do when they're broke and they need money. They steal stuff, and they steal stuff that makes things work.
Yep.
So that's the problem.
I just stole a copper mug from a bar for my Moscow Mule I had a few nights ago. Thing's worth a lot.
He's just kidding.
Took that sucker home with me.
As your attorney, I'm just stating that you're kidding.
Allegedly.
The vultures at CNN went to Newark Airport to talk to travelers who were delayed, as I'm sure, because they knew that they were going to get I hate that. This is all because you don't want to be delayed. You don't care what the issue is. I don't care if my plane is safe. I need to get to Baltimore.
Well,
Let's go.
They couldn't book any cartel members.
They're fresh out of it. By the way, Dawn, when you were in Italy, I called reporters that were talking to the guy who burned down or tried to burn down Shapiro's house. I called the reporters trying to get a thing out of him. Vultures.
Yeah.
And our mutual friend Ellen Cloje took me to task for it and said that we needed you back because I was besmirching the journalist industry. So
Ellen, Ellen, thank you for the compliment. She's we love Ellen, but some it's just like any industry. There is a percentage where, unfortunately, just like any industry, there are bad apples or vultures.
I stand by my statement.
A small percentage.
They're vultures.
Journalism took a big loss at the Kentucky Derby on Saturday.
Yes, it did.
All right, the CNN vultures, go.
Well said.
I'm just sharing all this news that Pete is getting about why this is happening and when this will be resolved. And of course, no one is happy about it, especially the people who are trying to get on flights in and out of Newark right now. Let me show you. We upgraded our big board for you guys. Look at all these delays, all this orange, not good signs for travelers. And we're talking about both domestic and international travel in and out of Newark Airport. Now, as you guys said, there is a ground delay today. It's in effect till midnight. That means right now that planes coming into this airport are delayed for as much as 4 hours, not able to get off the ground and come here to Newark Airport. And we've been talking to so many passengers, and as you guys can imagine, there is just so much frustration and then even some anxiety when they learn what Pete is reporting, that there is some serious issues that are happening in air traffic control, compounding the issues of what's going on with all these delays and cancellations inside Newark Airport. Take a listen to some of what we heard.
I never liked this airport to begin with. Sometimes you're stuck to where you have to fly in and out of. And we're leaving here on Friday for Italy, so hopefully things will get better by then.
Oh, no.
We'll see.
Yeah, I've just been here at a hotel in Jersey, so it's been not knowing what's happening.
I can see it on your face, the pain.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Oh,
very.
Delilah.
I can see it on your face, the pain. Ugh. I know, Dawn, they're just doing their job. I just like let's catch people at their worst and then put them on TV.
Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, the reporter, she got that assignment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Sucks to be her,
Exactly.
right? She's
Not
getting
a great day.
Getting a nice payday though. So I hate flying. I can't stand it. It's just an inconvenience. It's a pain in the ass. It's dirty. It's filthy. The whole bit. And then what do you? But this is what really does. You got to sit there for 4 or 5 hours next to these people, and then I'm going to go to the bar, and then it's like, oh, $21 for a Bloody Mary, huh? All right, I don't really have much of a solution here either. I'm going to go down and do some shopping, and I'm going to look at all the crap. It's just, you know what? I'm driving. I'm done flying.
Amen.
I'm making a declaration on the show right now.
I've said that all the time. I don't.
Family announcement. Folks, I don't care if we go to San Diego for vacation. We're driving.
You're going to load up the family truckster.
We're going to get a Winnebago.
You're going to head to Wally
And
World.
we're going to see America. We're going to drive
That's
through
why
the
you got to go
heartland.
to the best airport in America here, the Fort Myers RSW Airport, the easiest airport to get in and out of in America.
Yeah.
So
Everybody
true.
loves it down here in Southwest Florida.
Yes.
Fort Myers International Airport. It's awesome.
Could you imagine flying? What would you say the 3 or 4 worst airports are? LAX, O'Hare, one of the New York.
Atlanta is hard. Atlanta's huge, and it's hard to
Atlanta.
get around.
Yeah.
Listen, I love to fly. I'd rather fly than do anything else. Seriously, I
Really?
like to drive too. But yeah,
I
I mean,
agree.
flying is still the safest way to go.
Agree. Yes.
You know,
agree.
especially if you have
yeah.
you know, like for example, if you fly overseas and you try to come back and you have to go into Miami first, you're screwed. If you have a connecting flight in Miami, you're never going to make your connection because they're so close. And Miami is apt, you know, because you got people coming in from international destinations. Then they have to go through customs. Then they have to take their luggage and get back in line on the domestic thing. And then you miss your connection and you got to get a hotel. And then what happens? You go down to South Beach, you waste a couple $100 on a bar and some hookers and some women, and down on the down on the beach area.
Wow.
And then by the time you're done, you're $2,000 in and you haven't even left Miami.
I hear you. Happens all the time. The damnedest thing, Tone.
Oh God.
I'm not worried about the safety of the flight. I know statistically, you're far more safer on a flight than driving on an interstate. It's just the inconvenience. I'd rather be, I'll deal with my family in the vehicle as opposed to all these schlubs just lounging around with their AirPods on, eating a stale chicken wrap, drinking a $9 Red Bull. Everybody's charging their devices.
When I went up to to New York, I went on the Acela, which is awesome. Like I love traveling that way. But I sat next to a guy who was eating like a tuna salad or something like that, and I'm just like, oh, bro, could you have picked the worst thing to eat in an enclosed area?
Yeah, don't you have to pick something that's relatively odor-free?
Yes, that's common courtesy.
One time I had a guy next to me. He was chomping on a god-awful Subway hoagie. It was like teriyaki sauce and onions. I'm like, my God, man.
Also, guys, like, again, are we that gluttonous that it's a 90-minute ride?
Right. Do we need a 5-star meal?
You can't wait. You can't wait. Like, come on. You don't constantly need to feed your faces.
Yeah, it's like my daughter. She's on this kick now with cheese sticks. The Polio string cheese mozzarella sticks.
Oh yeah, those are great.
They're great.
You can't leave home without them.
Yeah, well, apparently my daughter does it. I buy a 12-pack on Sunday. I go in the fridge Monday night. There's only 5 left.
Oh, bro, that's a lot of.
I take 4 or 5 with me every day when we go up to the lot to get the house situation straightened out.
Yeah,
perfect snack, healthy, good for you. Make sure it's you get the whole milk one. The other ones the whole milk ones are the best.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was a little worked up. I went to the wife. I said, 7 gone in one day? I was about to go up to my daughter and be like, yo, Holmes, what are we doing here?
You got to buy the ginormous pack. You go to Sam's or Costco, and you got to get like 48 of them. That'll last you a weekend.
Yeah, and then she'll be defecating on hoods.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't have an OnlyFans, she's still too young for that.
Jesus, man.
Keep an eye out. Make sure you keep an eye on your kids' social media.
Head on a swivel, folks.
Yep.
I did send you guys why I love to fly American Airlines because the flight attendants have way more fun.
Do they?
This was from our Italy trip.
What were you
guys
doing
we were all
there?
like what were they doing?
Yeah, what is it, the Macarena?
I don't know. They were,
Oh.
I don't know, but they were having fun.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, you'd be having fun if you're flying into Rome and other exotic places. You're going to have fun. If you're just flying from Baltimore to Miami, I mean that's not much of a fun ride. You know what I mean? Unless you're on Southwest and everybody's wasted, or like going from L.A. to Vegas on Southwest. Everybody's drunk. The flight attendants, the pilots, the people on board when they go from L.A. to Vegas, and then on the way home, everybody's downtrodden. They're broke.
Hungover.
They're angry. They're miserable. Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
I'm looking at the pictures that Dawn just sent. You said this is American?
Uh-huh.
Man, you've got digital flat screens in the back of the seats,
Oh,
charging
yeah.
ports.
You've got to.
You got a whole entertainment system built into the back of the seat.
International flight, baby.
Yeah, you fly Frontier. You're
Yeah, you
lucky
go
to
to
get
that
a seatbelt.
A terminal. Terminal in Philly. All those flights you're taking on those big Airbuses, they're sitting there overnight, and then they go to Rome the next day. So that's what's great about Philadelphia International. The international, but you have to walk like 7 miles when you go into the international terminal A to get to your gate.
Yeah.
What's
I
this?
could walk to Italy in that time. That's the only problem there.
Is this a video or is this audio? Or
This is. I think I had a video in there, didn't I? Had a little, but there were some.
Is this a video, Phil, or is it just a
these
picture?
are just pictures.
There were like 4 of them, but
Yeah,
I don't know
well,
what they were doing.
Can we zoom in on that picture, Phil, that you had there? Throw that in a box, or just take us out of the box. And
So we
What's,
thought at first
what's dude doing
that
there?
she would we thought at first she was trying to reach something in the shelf. Then we weren't sure.
Yeah.
But they were laughing and having a
good
lot of
time.
fun.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Just what I
So-
need.
Now, is that the front, or is that the cockpit area up there in the front?
Oh, the cockpit's
is that
getting a
what you call
workout.
it?
Yeah. That's definitely the back,
Give my
by the way.
cockpit a lift.
Yeah, it's the back for the female. Yeah. Well, sometimes you just don't want to go.
I don't know. They were
Well,
Italian.
maybe they were inspired by some great opera they went to in Rome or Venice.
They were Italian. They were lovely. They were pouring the wine. They were. It was a lot of fun.
I don't need that. I don't need that on my. Just give me.
Why not?
Just give me.
This
give me
is an
quiet.
international flight.
No,
this
just
is a
give me-
7-hour flight.
No, just
you
give
know
me
how many
quiet.
bad movies
Let
can
me
you
s-
watch?
Let me
Mile
sleep.
High Club.
Let me sleep.
Italia.
Let me sleep. Let me watch some dumb movie.
Yeah.
No, I don't need fun and frivolity on my flight.
Right.
We all had a good chuckle.
Yeah.
He was like her cabana boy. It was
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
All right, we should end the cut sheet right now.
All right. We've got
We're
our
gonna end
veteran.
it right now, calling
Yeah.
off the jam as they used to do in roller derby back in the day.
Calling
off
off
the jam.
we're calling off the dogs. Tell them that's it. We've put up enough points today. We put a 50 spot up on the scoreboard. We're going to take a knee here and get out, and we're on to Cleveland. Great stuff, brother. We'll talk to you next week. We've got our vet spot
right,
at the
kids.
bottom of the hour.
Thank you,
Good
Tony.
night, everybody.
Love you,
And
bud.
as John Fetterman once said.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Yes,
you, bud.
and
Thank you,
good
John.
night to New
Thank
York
you, Senator.
Magazine.
Yeah.
Good night to Giselle Fetterman, Giselle Brady, Giselle Bunjan, all the Giselles out there. Too many Giselles. All right, there he is, Tony Bruno. Quick break. We'll come back, and we will get to our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. Republican Senator Tracy Pennycook of Montgomery and Berks County. And before that, small business owner. Before that, served her nation. We'll talk to her coming up next. Stay right there.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers has it all. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. Their showroom offers so many beautiful gift ideas, a huge selection at every price point for this Mother's Day. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift she will love. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Master, and Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, welcome back in live on a Wednesday morning. Once again, time for our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation, because every first Wednesday of the month on this show, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and exceptional service in the military. Brought to you by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com as we welcome in Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennycook, who is U.S. Army Reserve. And it's interesting, you think about your career and your life, Tracy, and good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Your life has really been about service, serving your nation in the military, serving people and customers in your small business endeavors, and now serving people in public office.
You're absolutely right. And if you'd have told me this 30 years ago, I would have giggled at you. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Well, it's great to have you here, and I want to go through those different chapters of your life as we shine a spotlight on what you've done first and foremost with the military. And you began your career by enlisting in the U.S. Army as a combat medic, and then you had stints and stops with Desert Shield, Desert Storm. Take us through, as best you can, your military chapter of your life.
So I really wanted to be a helicopter pilot, but back in the early 80s, that really wasn't a path forward. To be a warrant officer is very tough to get in. So I enlisted, much to my parents' disappointment. And after a couple of years on active duty as a medic and as a private, I kind of realized that I needed more. So I went back to college, got my degree, got my commission as a aviation officer, and went to flight school. And I have to tell you, I would have paid the military to let me do it. I absolutely loved it. And that career took me all over the world, to some great locations, some crazy locations. But I wouldn't have changed a thing. I loved every minute of it. I loved every assignment. Not every boss, I will be honest. There were some bosses I was like, good Lord, we are really desperate if we're promoting these people. But, you know, at the end of the day, I had a great experience. I have a great Army family. You know, I was lucky enough to spend time, you know, in some great places. I finished my career in London as a foreign liaison to the Ministry of Defense. You know, met with the Prime Minister all the time, which was insane when I think about it now, looking back. But I get to fly in Afghanistan. I get to fly in Iraq. I get to fly in Desert Storm. I flew in Korea. I've been all over the United States. It was a lot of fun, lots of fun. But, you know, you get older and you go, hey, I'm a little too old for this game.
Sure.
I happily retired and, you know, my kind of broken, you know, you kind of go, hey, I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yes.
And so I happily retired and thought I would just kind of hang out in retirement and work my small business. And this opportunity to come up first in the House and now in the Senate.
Yep.
And I thought, oh, you know, there's no way I could do that job because I'm not a politician.
Yeah.
And I have a tendency to hate bureaucracy and I hate the politics of politics.
Uh-huh.
But I love the job. I really do love the job. There are moments that I would prefer combat to some of the crap, but I really do enjoy it.
Understood. And you had a long career in the military. I mean, you were there for 26 years of active and reserve service. And then you
Yes.
go into, with your love of flying and aviation, small business aviation consulting company. Take us through what
Yep.
that was like, where you tie in your previous love with perhaps your love of being an entrepreneur.
So my dad worked for the FAA and then retired, and he continued to work as a consultant. And he brought me in on a couple projects, and then we started working more and more together. And then we had an opportunity to do a huge contract, and he sent me the details, and I, you know, multiplied it by 10 and added a couple million, and we won. And it was literally a life-changing experience of, holy crap, we're this small business and we've got this big contract. And it was really a turning point. And I just loved it. It was always a challenge to figure out, you know, the next big project, but it was a lot of fun. And when my dad passed, that fun kind of went away. And we just kind of shifted and we kind of downsized a little bit. And now it kind of runs itself. I've got great people that work with me, and we're a great team. And it allowed me to go into politics, but it was a lot of fun. There were times when, my husband, bless his heart, was like, "Hey, how are we doing financially?" And I was like, "Well, we're gonna have to remortgage the house again to make payroll." So in the beginning, we had some, stops and starts that were not pretty, but
Sure.
it was a lot of fun, a lot of challenge, a lot different too, because in the Army, you got to always remember that the airframe you're flying is the lowest bid contractor.
Right.
But when you're renovating someone's private plane and they're like, "Oh, money's no object," cha-ching, thank you. That's what I want to hear. So it was very different, but a lot of fun. I love aviation. I love to fly. I don't like to fly commercial, but I love flying itself. Commercial is a whole nother nightmare. You get on this big bus with all these people and you're like, ugh.
I was just going to ask you about the commercial aspect with all the stuff we've been talking about in the news, what's going on at Newark, Secretary Duffy talking about the upgrades that need to be made. I would say you're relatively qualified to talk a little bit about that. Your thoughts on what's going on with all of our aviation issues in this country commercially right now?
Yeah, there's a lot of issues. And, when you don't invest in infrastructure continuously, then you have issues like you have at Newark. But on top of that, if you look at the air traffic controllers, that is a really tough job. And we need the best and the brightest to do that job. And I think we have maybe not focused on taking care of the people that do that tough job and understanding that they do get burnout, and maybe they need to rotate out of the job and do something different for a while to recharge their batteries. But like anything else, you got to constantly make sure that you are staying ahead of the curve. And I don't think we've done that. I think we have quote unquote infrastructure. I don't know where that money went, because it certainly didn't go to Pennsylvania's roads and bridges, that's for sure.
That's correct. Yes.
So yeah, aviation really needs an upgrade. A lot of money needs to be spent making sure that we are doing things safely. And we've seen the mishaps that have happened. And that's unfortunate that we haven't been paying attention to that. And now it's, unfortunately, a lot of people lost their lives recently in accidents because people weren't paying attention.
We're chatting with Senator of Pennsylvania, Tracy Pennycook, Republican, represents Montgomery and some of Berks County as well. She's our veteran spotlight. And you also married into a military family. Your husband, a U.S. Army veteran. You and Rick live in the Harleysville area. What led you, I'm assuming your husband's not into politics as far as office goes, but what led you down that path?
So he is not into politics, but I always thought he would go into politics because he's very well-spoken and very smart, and he just had no interest, which was funny. But I actually met my husband at an aviation convention. And so I don't know, we work really well together. We've been married 32 years and have 4 kids. And yeah, he's a rock star. I don't know how he puts up with me sometimes, but he is a true rock star. So,
well, Tracy, it's great to have you on. Thank you for your service. Thank you for what you are doing in office. Best of luck with everything in office. And I know, I don't want to give out your location, but I know there can be an errant tee shot from time to time. So just make sure no windows get broke, okay?
There you go. Sounds good.
Tracy Pennycook, thank you very much, Tracy.
All right. Have a great day.
You got it. There she is, Tracy Pennycook, with us as our Veteran Spotlight is brought to you by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, you can visit windownation.com. We'll come back, put a bow on a Wednesday show, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, what occurred today in music history, and also a pair of Reading Phillies tickets for our morning mystery movie clip here on a Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events wines we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's Kayal and Company, 9:44. The movies, the music, the previews, all still ahead as we now jump right back in for one clip only, I believe.
One clip only.
We had a little detour for our veteran spotlight, but back to the cut sheet.
So this is about a raccoon named Chewy.
Aww.
A woman has been arrested after a raccoon named Chewy was found holding a meth pipe in the driver's seat of her car in what police are calling a strange encounter on patrol. The incident occurred on Monday at approximately 7:15 p.m. when Springfield Township Police Officer Austin Branham decided to conduct a traffic stop after identifying a vehicle whose registered owner had an active warrant and a suspended driver's license. According to a statement from the Springfield Township Police Department released on Tuesday, when Officer Branham approached the car, he found 55-year-old Victoria Vidal of Akron, Ohio, and was able to detain her without incident, authorities said. However, things took an unusual turn, according to the police statement. As Officer Branham returned to the vehicle, he observed a raccoon named Chewy sitting in the driver's seat with a meth pipe in its mouth.
Now, before I criticize this lady for domesticating a raccoon, are there any rogue X accounts dedicated to Chewy the raccoon, like the deer baby? Because I don't want to be labeled, and I don't want to go under attack by all of you nut jobs that create X accounts to defend an animal.
By the way, you have to see this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go there now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. First of all, this woman is 55. 55?
Meth does, meth can do
Oh,
that.
my Lord. All right, roll the video. YouTube.com.
Hello?
The raccoon has her meth pipe.
As what? Oh my God.
Her meth pipe. He's playing with the meth pipe right now. No, don't reach for it. That's evidence now.
Oh, I don't want him to have that.
That's why I'm going to do it. Hey, buddy.
Huh?
It's okay.
Okay, you're on Island. He'll be here in 2 minutes. I'm right across from my house. A few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what she's smoking meth in.
Okay.
The raccoon's playing with her meth pipe.
You got a dog, a raccoon, a meth pipe, and a cane.
And she looks like she's 110.
Oh, there's no
She
way.
does.
He's trying to smoke it.
All right.
It's amazing.
There's no way. All right.
I shot that raccoon right on the spot.
Aww.
Oh, raccoons are vicious, vile
Holy
creatures.
hell.
Well, not this one.
I would have tased Chewy.
Yeah, he's on his way here.
Keep an eye. She was trying to take the meth.
Oh, my
it's
God.
amazing. It's amazing. Chewy the meth pipe with
Man, that's evidence. Please don't touch it.
55 years old that woman is.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my God.
She's only 13 years older than me.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, speaking of age and what you look like, I actually got a compliment from Tracy on X, who met us last night for the first time.
Tracy.
And she says, Nick, you look a lot younger in person than you do on YouTube.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard TV adds 10
10
years.
pounds.
It had
in
nothing
10
to do with
years.
weight. It just was
right.
you look younger.
All right,
All I'm saying.
That Chewy the raccoon story. Remember the children's book, The Kissing Hand? I don't know if you have that for your son.
No.
I think, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Chewy.
Had the mess pipe.
Paws.
Put Phil's mic on real
sorry.
quick.
I'm older than that meth woman.
But she does. She looks 150. It's so true. Oh, my God.
Meth does wonders for you.
Put the pipe
Jeez.
down.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Oh.
All right, let's do this.
All right.
Raccoon rehab.
Now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I understand one of the perpetrators defecated on the dashboard. I would have thought you'd be madder than hell at that, and I would have thought you would have reported that. Wipes off. Moochie Welch kind of got wiped off too, didn't he? I don't know. The kid was cut in half, Arnie. They had to scrape his legs up with a shovel. Well, isn't that what you're supposed to do with
That's a great movie. It's a great movie. It's a great pull by Jim Kelly.
Call at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Excellent selection, Jimbo. Yep. And if you can identify that great choice by Jimmy Kelly, you will get a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies next Thursday, May 15th, as the Reading Phillies host the New Hampshire Fisher Cats. So if you don't get the tickets today, readingphillies.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
How about the meth-smoking raccoons?
Yes. Yes.
It does sound like a minor league baseball team, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it's like that's the Mets AA team.
All right, here we go.
On this day in music history on Kayal Company.
Today, May 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Perry Pridge from the Tubes, who's 75, and Filthy Phil Campbell from Motorhead, who's 64. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Jerry Nolan from the New York Dolls. We also lost Eddie Rabbit on this day in 98, and Tawny Katan from Whitesnake and Rat videos in 2021. Singles include Painted Black by the Stones in 66, Money by Pink Floyd in 73, Pinball Wizard by The Who in 69, and Policy of Truth by Depeche Mode in 90. Albums include Lights Out by UFO in 77, The Great Southern Trendkill by Pantera in 96, and Hard at Play by Huey Lewis in 91. Also in 74, Led Zeppelin launched their new label, Swan Song. In 66, the Mamas and the Papas were atop the singles chart with Monday, Monday. It's the first single to be on top with a day of the week in the title. No, it's not my theme for the week. 98, Steve Perry left Journey. In 83, Steve Wonder made his only appearance on SNL. In 2016, Axl Rose took over as lead singer for AC/DC due to hearing issues with Brian Johnson. And in 2007, Sammy Hagar sold an 80% stake in its Cabo Wabo Tequila Company for $80 million. But lastly, on this day in 68, on a plane ride home after his last show with Bluesology, Reginald Dwight asked two bandmates, Elton Dean and Long John Baldry, if he could appropriate their names to come up with a new name for his blossoming soul career, and Elton John was born. For Kayal & Company, wow. I'm Phil Almquist.
You learn something new every day. All right, Andrew is in Havertown. He's identified the movie. Andrew, what did we just play for you?
Christine was the name of the movie. It was a 58 Plymouth.
Yeah. Wow. Nice, Andrew.
Bonus.
Yeah, bonus.
There you go. Not only do you get the tickets for the Reading Phillies and the New Hampshire Fisher Cats, but you get the tickets for the Reading Phillies and the New York Raccoon Mets.
Oh,
nice
great.
work.
Thank
yeah,
you.
How about that? An 8-pack for you. Congratulations, Andrew. Nice work out of Andrew. And now we find out.
Let me finish, would you?
I'm going to let Dawn finish. She's going to finish up the next 2 hours.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
We've got a new Dawn on the board.
This show.
Remember, we had talked about the death threats against supporters and voters of Donald J. Trump, and even to the eve of the 2024 election, $2,000 reward for information. Whatever happened with that? We will talk with the lawyer ahead of the legal team representing those Trump supporters, Republican voters, whose crime, I guess, the reason they were bullied, intimidated, threatened, even their pets' lives were threatened. And it's because, why? They're Republicans, they're conservatives. So we'll talk to him about that case and the search for the perpetrators. Coming up at 11, a very special guest to talk about all things with regard to the economy and tariffs, the great Charles Payne. Can't wait to talk with Charles.
From Fox News.
Yes, I
Okay.
love him.
Yep. Okay.
Best dressed man.
Yes. Great glasses as well. The opposite of Keith Olbermann. All right. That'll do it for us. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. We're back tomorrow at 6. And right now, Dawn has a message for you.
Oh, yes, I do.
From Piazza.
We got to talk about, because I'm reporting live from the Piazza studio. I didn't even tell you guys about my new SUV. I have to talk about that moving forward. But right now, I'll talk about Piazza Premium Automobiles, which are the best for sure. As we talk about my friends from Piazza and the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. They really combine the luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 25 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow.